Hey guys, I know I was supposed to start at 11:45, but I want to get the end of this Princeton Cornell game because it's going to come down to the wire. Might as well, right? But yeah, 3 from Princeton is good. Wow, that was ice in the veins. But Princeton's up by 2. ESPNU, I highly recommend tuning in because this is a good warm up for the rest of the day. Sorry, I know I was supposed to start in about 10 minutes, but it is what it is. I wanted to get the end of this game. I'm not even ready myself. Big shot by Cornell off the backboard. Big shot. Tied at 71 with 2 minutes ago. This is going to be a good finish. I want Princeton to win just because they're the better team in the Ivy League this year. But they're up by 17, and they just kind of melted. Oh, nice shot by number 20 from Princeton. But I pull for the best teams in these conference tournaments. Oh, how did number 12 make that for Cornell? Jeez. What was the line in this game? Princeton had to, I would guess Princeton was at least a 9 or 10 point favorite. Oh, number 12 misses, but Princeton gets the offensive board. They're going to bring it back out. Timeout, Princeton. Yeah, Princeton really needs to, they need to get a high percentage look. They just look like they're very tight right now. They look like they're very tight. Let's put it that way. Cornell looks a lot looser. I don't know how number 12 made that for Cornell, though. That was ridiculous. How you doing, Barkley? You? Yeah, I started the stream well before I was supposed to start because I wanted to get the end of this game on. I'm going to get pizza. I haven't ordered. I was going to order it before the stream started, but I didn't have time. So I'm going to have to, but I don't know if the place I'm getting pizza at delivers or not. Let me check. I don't think they do. But it's not very far. It's like only a couple miles away, but the problem is you have to go over a bridge with like 10 red lights to get there. I don't think they do delivery, but it's not that far. I'm checking that out right now. They do delivery through Uber Eats. I'll just go pick it up. Princeton -6? Wow. I thought they were better than that. I don't think Coppin State's going to win today. They're facing by far the best team in the MEAC. And Norfolk State is, for a MEAC team, they're pretty good. Usually MEAC teams are pretty bad, and a team like Coppin State will be able to win today, but this Norfolk State team is too good. They're kind of running into a buzzsaw. Oh, my stream yesterday, I had to stop it, or I didn't do it. I was just so busy at work. Like, some things popped up. 3-pointer from Princeton, no good. Rebound, Princeton. Wow. But yeah, I had some things pop up at work that I needed to focus on. And because of, man, Princeton cannot buy a basket right now, but they keep getting rebounds. Jeez. 7 on the shot clock. Timeout. They didn't reset the shot clock. But yeah, so because I was so busy at work yesterday, I had to cancel the night stream as well because I had to do the things I was going to do during the day. But it's not a big deal, you know. It just means I'm going to be a lot more amped up for today. Probably a good thing. But yeah, I just don't see Coppin State getting it done. They're reviewing to see if it hit the rim. Yeah, barely hit the rim. I'm hungry though. I ran this morning, so I'm hungry. I haven't eaten yet. I was gonna go get I'm getting a big pizza. I don't know when I'm gonna go get it. I don't think Davidson would be a true Cinderella. Who do they play today? Richmond? No, Richmond plays Dayton and Davidson plays St. Louis. I think Davidson's going to be like a 10 seed. I don't know if that counts as a Cinderella, especially if they get in as an at-large. How you doing, Donald Traub? Oh, yeah, and we have people trying to impersonate me. I've had to put so many copyright claims over the past few days because I have a lot of people trying to impersonate me, capitalize on what I do. The same trolls from last March. So these same Sports Grid trolls have been harassing me for over a year now. The same ones that were trolling this channel during March Madness last year are still at it. They still call me nonstop. They still text me nonstop. They still try to rip off my videos and impersonate me on YouTube. Not like, what the hell? Like, get a life. Get a life. How are you doing, Mickey McInnernan? I'm not funny. But yeah, these people really need to get a life. Like they've been texting me the past couple of days. Like every time I block their number, they have a new number. They're like, "Hey, we're at the Big 12 tournament. We got a ticket for you. We thought we saw you at the hotel. Come." Like I'm like, God, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Seriously, get a life. Can you imagine like harassing someone like me who's really not that big of a deal for a year? Man, they're really reviewing the shot clock for a long time. How are you doing, K-Bono 100? But yeah, they really, come on, get this. Let's go. Let's go. All right, this is when the stream was supposed to start. It was supposed to start at 11:45. Oh, yeah, like every morning I wake up, I have like text messages and missed calls from like a half a dozen different numbers. I'm like, and then I'll block them and they'll just come at me with a different number. Like, get a life, seriously. Like, they created an entire YouTube channel that I got shut down last night. Thankfully, YouTube shut it down. That was just trying to impersonate me, saying that I signed over all my rights to them and all my content over to them and everything. I didn't sign anything. I didn't sign it, so thankfully, YouTube shut it down completely. But they're, like, trying to impersonate me, saying that I signed away all the sports betting truth rights to, get a life. No, I am like banned on site on Twitter and Reddit. Like if I try to create a new Twitter or Reddit account, it's banned immediately. So no, and I just don't bother anymore. I'm waiting for Truth Social to get off the ground. Yeah, I tried to create a Reddit account on the stream on Thursday, and it was banned before I even... They don't anymore, Barkley U. They tried to create like a... Because when they upload videos of mine pretending to be me, YouTube notifies me. I'm not like... YouTube sends me a notification saying, we found a video that is a potential copyright claim. And they just download my own videos and upload it pretending it's their own. And so all I have to do is put in a copyright strike that takes me like 5 seconds. And so these people just need to get a life. Saying that I signed away all the rights. No, I think they're just mad that they were trying to steal my channel from me last March, right? They literally tried to steal my channel from me last March, but I wasn't stupid. Here's what they said. Hold on. Let me. They deleted the channel, but I screenshotted it. All right, Princeton layup. They're up by 2. 34 seconds left. And now Cornell's going to call timeout. Here's what they said. They said, the Sports Betting Truth logo, content, and idea is all under our company, which was agreed upon and already notarized by our team. I didn't sign anything to be notarized, which is not true. But anyway, obviously YouTube didn't believe them. What they did is they came at me last year while I was streaming during March Madness and emailed me saying that they were with Barstool and they wanted to pay me a few $1,000s for the rest of March Madness to sponsor them. And I'm like, fine, I'll do that. Yeah, a few $1,000s. Yeah, that's fine. But then, things started to get a little bit sketchy, and then I started to question everything, and I realized that they probably were not Barstool. They were actually Sports Grid, which is a, third-rate, sports betting, broadcasting, whatever. And when I realized they weren't Barstool, and I realized they were all full of crap, and they wouldn't answer any of my questions, and would never, whenever I'd ask them to provide proof of who they are or anything like that, they would always deflect. And they kept saying, they had all these investors that were willing to invest in a joint collaboration between me and them. And I said, I'm not doing anything without getting anything in writing, or, I want to actually know who you guys are. No, they never gave me any names. And so finally, they said they had all these investors watching my stream, that were going to invest in me. And I'm like, hey, investors. And I was like, to hell with all you guys. You guys are obviously a bunch of frauds and fakes and phony. And they got so mad that I did that. Maybe they really did have investors. I think what they really did is they had investors that wanted to invest in my properties that they were lying to the investors, saying I signed them all over. And I called them out as scammers, and apparently everything blew up, and their big deal with these investors fell through, and they've been mad ever since. Anyway, here's Cornell. They are feeding the post. Oh, he got fouled. Only 5 team fouls on Princeton, though, so it looks like they're going to not go to the line. Hey, Tommy Berry, I'm going to ban you once this game is over. Cornell missed. Rebound. Oh, he was out of bounds. So Princeton's going to have the ball with 6 seconds left. I'm about to ban Tommy Berry. Don't listen to Tommy Berry. He's just another. He's one of the Sports Grid's trolls I'm talking about. I'm about to ban him. I'm not stupid. Yeah, I'm going to ban you because you are one of the Sports Grid trolls. Tommy Berry, if you don't want to be banned, then link me to this separate Bird Peter Camp page, because I got them all shut down. So if another one got put up, then link to it. Otherwise, I'm going to ban you. I'm not putting up with the Sports Grid trolls this year. There we go. Link to the page. Link to the page. This is exactly what we did last year, Tommy Berry. Every time I asked you guys to put up or shut up, you guys never would. Link to the page. Do it. Come on. You said it exists. You just said in my chat they have another one and are showing my sports betting tips and showing the live stream of 2021. So link to it. Link to it. All right, here comes free throw. Big free throws, number 3 from Princeton. They suck. Sports grids suck. Remember back during football season, I was showing how like their videos get like no views. Like they'd have like 3-week-old videos that had like 5 views. First free throw's good, so this is the big free throw. All right, both free throws are good. It looks like Princeton is going to hold on. Princeton is going to hold on. Yeah, no, like it's funny. Danny C, they like wanted me to watch all their sports grid content last year. And I remember it was just trash. It's trash. That'll do it. I don't know what Cornell is doing there, but that should do it. All right, what game are we turning on now that Princeton Cornell's over? St. Louis and Davidson. We got Texas A&M and Arkansas. Coppin State, but Norfolk State's going to win that one easily. I'm going to turn on Indiana and Iowa. How about that? Just because Indiana's going to bring a great crowd. Yeah, Penn and Yale, but I think Princeton should be the favorite there. That game should start in about 40 minutes. So during halftime of these upcoming 12 o'clock games, I'm going to go get pizza. How does that sound? Yeah. Sports Grid. I could show you guys how like Sports Grid gets like no views. Watch. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. There's more people watching my stream right now than the Sports Grid stream. I have how many viewers right now? 14, and they have 12. Look at this. 19 hours ago, 22 views. This is hilarious. 4 views. 4 views. 4 views. So yeah. Anyway. That's a Sports Grid. Now that I called him out, though, they're all going to come and start trolling again like Tommy Berry was. All right, Tommy Berry didn't put up and shut up, so banhammer for him. Yeah, no. Are you K-Bono, are you talking about... yeah, Vermont won easily. That was not a surprise. I didn't even watch that game because I knew Vermont was going to win on a walk. Vermont, I don't know. Every time you think they're going to make some... They usually dominate the American East, but they've only won 1 tournament game. That was 2005. I was a junior in high school, and that game was on a Friday night. And I just remember getting home from school. It was on a Friday night, and I've probably never gotten more nuts for a NCAA tournament game in my life than that one. Like, if you've seen my UMBC Virginia video on my channel, like that was tame compared to how I was reacting during Syracuse and Vermont back in 2005, 17 years ago. I was 16 years old at the time. Have I seen Book It with Trent? Who is Book It with Trent? I keep hearing that name all the time, but I've never watched any of his videos. How you doing, Rasheem? Nice to see you. Did Kent State really get 4 players suspended for a TikTok video? No, I'm serious. Is that real or so Kent State? Oh yeah, VSIN is a joke too. Rickett Picks is right. How are you doing, Saeed? But Kent State seriously suspended, or no, the MAC seriously suspended 4 Kent State players for the MAC title game tonight because of a TikTok video that was talking crap about Akron. But here's the thing: Kent State and Akron is a rivalry game, guys. They're only 10 miles apart. 10 miles apart, and they've historically had pretty decent basketball programs. So I think that's overreacting. Book it with Trent. Man, this is absolutely nuts. But the question is, are any of the players that were suspended like meaningful players? That's the question. Because I'm pretty sure the guy who made the video was like just an end of the bench player. Pretty sure. So DJ Johnson, Malik Jacobs, Claron Hornbeak, and Julius Rollins. So let me check their stats. How big of players are these guys for the Kent State Golden Flashes? So Malik Jacobs is one of their main guys. He's suspended for the first half. DJ Johnson, Celine Hornbeak, those guys don't really play much. And who's the other guy? Julius Rollins. Julius Rollins didn't play at all. So really just Malik Jacobs is going to be a big loss, but just for the first half. So we'll see if they can weather the storm. I can't believe that. Yeah, I just haven't had the time to run models this year. Haven't had the time or the mental energy. It takes a lot of mental energy to run models. Watch Kent State come out ultra inspired now because of the when I went to my cousin's D3 basketball game like back in 2014, and they were playing over at UT Dallas, and UT Dallas was the best team in the conference that year, and actually they won the automatic bid to the D3 tournament. But my cousin's team was losing, and so I started heckling the UT Dallas free throw shooter, and this is like a Division III game, so not a lot of people in the stands. And I got ejected. They ejected me from the game for heckling the free throw shooter for UT Dallas. Like, the police escorted me out and threatened to arrest me. And so my cousin's team was losing at the time, but they rallied and ended up winning. And they credit me getting ejected to inspiring them to win that game. So watch Kent State do the same thing. Oh yeah, daylight savings time, it expires. I don't mind it in March though, because that means you get Selection Sunday 1 hour closer. It always seems like it always expires the Selection Sunday every year. Yeah, no, these models expend so much mental energy and stress. It's tough. I trust me, guys. It has nothing to do with not wanting to give you guys what you want to see, but it's even it's more of the day-to-day grind. Because the one sport where data is not really a problem is baseball for me, but even then it was day-to-day grind of maintaining the model every day. I just didn't want to do it. Have I still been? No, I have not. There's no legal way for me to bet here in Texas. I haven't placed a bet since last April when I was still living in Las Vegas. But I still like to talk about betting. I still follow betting and the lines and everything. I just don't do it myself. Man, I thought this Big Ten game was supposed to start at 12. I'm going to turn it to a game that's actually started. SEC tournament, Texas A&M versus Arkansas. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know you weren't allowed to heckle players at the D3 level. I mean, you probably can. It's just that the problem is that the head coach for UT Dallas was also their athletic director, and he has like full say over if the athletic director wants to eject someone from the arena, he's allowed to do that. And so that guy's a total bitch about it, though. The UT Dallas basketball coach, like, I started heckling. His name was Dimitri. I mean, I still remember it very well. So this guy for UT Dallas, like Dimitri, was starting to shoot, and I was like, Dimitri, Dimitri! I just started screaming his name. That's all I did was yell his name, and he made it. And then the UT Dallas coach turns around, and he's like, you get the hell out of here! Blah, blah, blah. He was mad, like a little bitch. And then the campus police officer comes over, like, and like grabs my arm, and he's like, time to go. And I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? And they escorted me from the property. Yep. That was my cousin's D3 basketball game. And then so they had a rematch. So since UT Dallas is the best team in the conference, they hosted the conference tournament, and my cousin's team made it to the conference tournament final against UT Dallas, and they lost. But my cousin ended up winning back-to-back conference tournament titles his junior and senior year, and they made it to the Sweet 16, D3. Barkley U, day 3. Yeah, I did so Barkley U, what I did last year is I kind of did like a live stream from my living room during March Madness last year. And it was a pretty cool concept, you know. It was just like a live stream of me watching March Madness, and, you know, instead of me sitting at a desk, it was more just me on the couch and everything. But these sports grid idiots wanted the concept for themselves. They're really obsessed with it. And they tried to get me to like sign it away and everything. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. But they hooked me in by saying they were going to pay me like a few $1,000s to sponsor a Barstool. They're going to like, they said that Barstool was going to pay me a few $1,000s. K Bono, I do not think sports betting as a full-time job is realistic. I don't. Do I think it's impossible? No, but very unrealistic. Yeah, I want that Iowa game to start. That's the game I want to watch right now, but they're still doing the pregame. Let me turn it back on and see if it's started. Can you link to that, Barkley U? Yeah, I don't think Barstool was ever involved with Sports Grid. I think they lied to me to hook me in. I think it was a total lie. No, you cannot make a living on sports betting. No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just don't think you have like a 99.9999 chance of That's like trying to make a living betting the lottery. It's same thing. Yeah, he might hit the jackpot. Like, very small chance. All right, the Indiana game started. So we have Arkansas, Texas A&M, Coppin State, Norfolk State, Indiana, Iowa. Those are the 3 games going on right now. How did Norfolk State do against Coppin State this season? They beat them by 30 at Coppin State. And then they beat them by 7 at home. Indiana's on the board first. It's DoorDash by far. Louis Malone, yeah, DoorDash. Although I will say things like DoorDash, Uber, all that, a lot of people don't take into account the wear and tear on their car. So you're not making as much money as you actually think you are. Like a lot of people take into account gas, everything, but like car wear and tear is something that they don't take into account. What is my name? Well, obviously it's William. I'm going to put like a thing on here. Hold on. Watch this, guys. Hold on. Does anyone see that? Yeah. Gas is a lot more expensive. I mean, I used to, when I was in high school, I worked at a pizza restaurant, and I would do delivery sometimes, and the wear and tear on your car, man. Exactly, right? Because people aren't going to want to pay extra. Because Uber and DoorDash, yeah, they can raise their prices to pay the drivers more for gas and everything, but then people will just not get delivery anymore. And yeah, gas is going to keep rising though. It's going to keep going. Like I keep saying, $7 a gallon. Don't be surprised if it gets there, because what gas prices are right now. Barkley, you need to link to it, please. But what gas prices are right now, that's what like was paid for like a month ago. So things are only going to get worse. Same with inflation. Like what prices are in the stores right now are what was paid for like a month ago. Yeah, but you can make $22 an hour before expenses. That's not profit. That's just a revenue. Doesn't count expenses. right? Indiana. Got to give credit to them. I mean, they stepped up. They've stepped up here in this Big Ten tournament. Who did they play in the first game? If they barely like them and Virginia Tech, they both barely won their first game. Remember they were down to Michigan by like 17. I would call timeout if I was Fran McCaffrey right now. For scraping, probably Python, just because of beautiful soup. R is fine. I mean, I've scraped in both languages. I'm not very good at it though. Yeah, Michigan's going to be in, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the Dayton round. Man, these people need to get a life. I don't even have my phone in here, trolls. All right, Davidson and St. Louis is underway. Here's the deal. Does Iowa have a run in them? Does Iowa have a run in them? I'm going to go grab my phone real quick because I'm going to have to call to order a pizza anyway. No, North Texas is out. If they didn't lose to UTEP this past Saturday, I think they'd have a shot, but that UTEP loss killed them. One of my old TCU football teammates just contacted me. We're having a banquet honoring the Rose Bowl team. I didn't even know about that. That's the thing. We were supposed to have a 10-year anniversary reunion in 2020, but obviously with COVID season they canceled it, and we never rescheduled it. I was like, when are we gonna have a reunion? Of course, I have all these text messages from these Sports Grid douchebags. I don't answer them. That's the thing. I just block them, but then they just come out with different numbers. Sorry, I'm responding to my old teammate. I haven't heard from him in 10 years. Like I haven't seen I haven't seen one of my TCU football teammates in years. Like I remember running into one at the post office back in like 2013. But I went to a couple TCU football games this past year, and I didn't run into anybody. I remember I was like walking around the stadium just like looking for one of my old teammates, like, and didn't run into any of them. Like I remember walking through the tailgates, like I couldn't. I don't know what the deal is, but I'm kind of glad we're having a banquet. Oh, Jalen Rager. I don't know him, but everything I've heard about him is that his work ethic might have not been there. Like he has loads of talent. He's very fast, but at least at TCU, sometimes his work ethic wasn't there. So that's what I've heard. Man, these guys will not leave me alone. I'm just gonna text all of them. Eat S and kill yourself. I'm gonna send that text to all of them. Jeez, there's 10 different text messages. April 28th is the banquet. Sorry, I'm still responding. Eat shit and kill yourself to all of these phone numbers. All right. What's going on? What's going on? Indiana. Okay, Iowa's making a little bit of a run. 9-0 run for Iowa. They've settled down. Iowa's not a good defensive team. They've never been. All right, so mark the calendar, April 28th. I'm excited. Like I said, I was so bummed that I didn't get to see any of my old TCU teammates at games this past year. Like, I hadn't been to any TCU games. Okay, Iowa's on fire now. I need to. Barkley, I don't know what you're talking about. I did find the Twitter account you talked about, but there's really nothing on it, and they haven't. I don't know what second Twitter account you're talking about. All right. Right? Yeah, Calvin Ridley got more suspension. I mean, you can't gamble if you're a player. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. But yeah, I just think it's funny the domestic violence, how soft the NFL is on that. Like, imagine having no life at all, that you harass someone like me who has a small YouTube channel. Like, I don't have a big YouTube channel. How many people are watching this right now? Like 20, 16? Yeah, and yet these people have spent an entire year harassing me. Like, get a life. Get a life. It's sad. It really is. I've always said I think the real reason they've harassed me is because they want to take over my channel to delete all the anti-tout videos I have. That's what it's really probably all about. Yeah, it's just that the reason, like, I know people are like, well, he was betting on his teams to win, and I'm like, yeah, that's the problem though, is that what if you bet your team to lose? That's the real issue. Or what if you're betting like that's where things are not cover, right? That's where things get sketchy, and you just can't. You have to have a zero tolerance for betting for players. So I have no issue. But yeah, I just think it's funny that the NFL is like all about gambling now. They made this bed. The NFL made their bed. They need to lie in it. Yeah, I couldn't use DraftKings when I lived in Las Vegas. What is the bracket matrix looking at like right now? Does anyone know why DraftKings stock is down? I don't really pay attention to daily fantasy much these days, but I just keep reading about how DraftKings stock is down. Is it because of daily fantasy, or is it because of their sports book? Like all the competition? I don't know. I just haven't paid much attention. No, Duke's going to be a 2 seed. I think they should be a 3, but they're going to be a 2. Al Pacino. I watched Scarface last year when I lived in Las Vegas, and I didn't really care much for it at all. It was a pretty boring movie. He's much better in The Godfather. Right? Like, how, even if he was betting, like, how did people find out? That's the problem. Like, you can be pretty discreet. Do you remember the old DraftKings ads from like 2015 that showed people like at a bar and like watching Monday Night Football and then winning and holding up the big $1 million check at the end? $1 billion last quarter. Jeez, that's ridiculous. How you doing, Eric? Catherine? Oh, Scarface bored the hell out of me. That, and honestly, like Rocky, I'm not saying Rocky's a bad movie, but I feel like my issue with Rocky is that, yeah, the boxing scenes are cool, but like there's so much like non-boxing content that I don't really care much for. Great answers, yeah. Notorious Swaggy, the Lord MD. How you doing, Meika Humari? Yeah, great answers in terms of DraftKings. Man, it looks like Indiana might have blown their wad a little bit early. Tie game. Geez, Indiana was up by 12 not too long ago. Now it's tied. All right, Indiana with the answer with the 3. Well, that's the thing, K-Bono 100, is that all this inflation, high gas prices, high cost of living, out of control rent prices, those are all, those are going to cause people to not spend money on things like DraftKings, sports betting. And I know what a lot of people are going to say, well, people are going to try to make money from sports betting to help. No, most people are going to lose. Who's a team a lot of people pick that won't make it out of the first weekend? Honestly, I said this yesterday, but I won't be surprised if Gonzaga is out by the first weekend. Something just doesn't seem right when I watch them. Something doesn't seem right. Another team, Duke. I think Duke's defense is not great, and they're being pushed by some bad ACC teams. Texas Tech, I think they have some issues. Duke. I already said Duke. Who else? Houston. Houston doesn't have any quad 1 wins. So those are just some teams. Like even Arizona. I'm not buying the Arizona hype. So I mean, there's really like no teams this year where you can say that team is going to be Final Four bound, right? I mean, what we've seen from Kansas in the Big 12 tournament so far, I'm pretty impressed. They played some great team basketball last night against TCU. They did. But there's really no like clear-cut dominant team this year. Like Baylor. I think Baylor has as good a chance as anybody to win it all this year. South Dakota State, yeah. They are going to be a tough out. It depends on matchups for them, though. If they play a team that plays solid defense, if they play a team like Iowa, I could see them winning. But if they play a team that has solid half-court defense, then they're going to be in trouble. Everything is about matchups, guys. Everything's about matchups. Lord, these people will not stop texting me. Yeah, no, I love the boxing. Like, I love the last 30, 45 minutes of Rocky, but when I watch it for the first time, I never realized how much, like, non-boxing content there is in that movie. I like the Karate Kid better than Rocky. UCLA, we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, everything's about matchups. It's kind of hard to say this team's going to go this far, this team's going to go this far when we don't know what the matchups are. Yeah, Ohio State's not playing very well right now. Yeah, Coppin State, I'm surprised. I thought Norfolk State was going to walk all over them, but not yet. Norfolk State beat them by 30 on the road. That's champ week for you. But Norfolk State got off to a slow start yesterday and won pretty convincingly, so a little too early to start panicking on their end. St. Louis only down 3 against Davidson. I'm really hoping for a St. Louis-Richmond final, just so we get another Atlantic 10 team. It would be pretty stupid for there to be only one team out of the Atlantic 10. No, there was not a stream yesterday. I had to cancel it. I just had too much work that I needed to focus on. And then when I was done with doing that work, I was like, I just want to relax. So I laid on the couch yesterday from like 4:30 to like 1 in the morning, watching the Mountain West and Pac-12 games. I did not leave the couch, like literally, did not leave the couch. Appreciate it, Ethan Bellamy. Yeah, I'm going to be going till the end of the Big West title game tonight. I am going to be I'll keep the stream going, but at halftime of these games, I'm going to call up go get a pizza. I'm hungry. I ran this morning, and I haven't eaten since Thursday, so I'm pretty hungry. My triathlon bike's ready, by the way. I'll go get that tomorrow. 1 + 1 = 1. Yeah, I think Baylor and Villanova in Kentucky, I think those are 3 pretty good futures. Notorious Swaggy. But I just think what I saw from Kansas last night, if they can play that style of team basketball like they did last night, they'll go far. Do I read the Wall Street Journal? No, it's always behind a paywall, and I don't really agree with their politics. I feel like they're a little bit too corporatist for me. Did UAB use their energy in the 3 overtime game last night? I don't think so. I think they're going to be fired up. You got to remember, it's not like these players aren't used to this. And does anyone remember Georgia in 2008? I mean, they played 2 games in 1 day and won the SEC title. Honestly, I like San Diego State. They're peaking at the right time. All right, Iowa's back up ahead. But yeah, I think San Diego State's like playing. Like I've seen some bracket projections putting TCU and San Diego State in the first round against each other. I wouldn't want to play them. If as a TCU fan, I would not want to play San Diego State. They're a very good defensive team. They would give us trouble. Like I saw some matching us up with Murray State, Seton Hall. I think we would match up very well with Murray State. Seton Hall would be very close. Like I said, everything's about matchups. So until we have the bracket tomorrow night, you can't really determine what a team's going to do. Have I seen the website or work of Evan Miyakawa? I have not. Yep. Appreciate it, Ethan Bellamy. Yeah, I did these streams last year. It's just that trolls ruined them, and they're trying to ruin them again this year, so I need to get more moderators. So I'm adding some moderators. Just because But just don't ban or mute anybody until I give the green light. I'm not a believer in Murray State, Notorious Swaggy. I'm not. I don't think they're that good. I am going to be streaming the selection show tomorrow night. I will not do any March Madness streams. Maybe I will, but not the first round. I'm not going to do any first round streaming. Which is why these sports grids idiots are so dumb. Like if they're trying to rip me off, you think they would like not try to? Yeah. Vegas Dave movie made about himself. No, I didn't. Carl777, but he's an idiot. So St. Louis making a little bit of a run here. Texas A&M is up by 8. I think A&M will be in if they win today. If they lose, it will be very close, but probably less than 50-50. Where did A&M come from, though? They were dead in the water like 3 weeks ago. I wouldn't be so sure about Rutgers being in. In Notre Dame, usually there's not every year, but most years there's a surprise team that gets left out. Like I remember Syracuse surprising a lot of people being left out. I remember St. Bonaventure one year being left out that surprised pretty much everybody. So most years there's like a team that gets left out. I could see Notre Dame being that team. Like I'm not saying if Rutgers gets left out, it's not going to be a shock because Rutgers is like right on the bubble. But usually there's a team that everyone assumes is in that like pretty much all the bracketologists have in that gets left out. Rutgers wouldn't be that team because they're not in a lot of brackets, but Notre Dame's pretty much in every bracket, right? I could see that team being Notre Dame. All right, Barkley, you're getting the band hammer. I'm not putting up with this crap this year, guys. I'm not. So Barkley, you just got the ban. I'm not doing that this year, guys. I'm not an idiot. I know who you guys are. I know what you guys do. I know what you guys say. I'm not gonna tolerate that this year. Yeah, I saw that real BBB. But only one of the players is like a major player. My favorite part of living in Las Vegas, just how convenient everything was. Like here in Fort Worth, I like it here, but everything's spread out. Like it just, I lived over in Summerlin in Las Vegas, and everything just seemed very like I could walk to a lot of places. I'm not a big walker. My least favorite thing, that's a great question. Um, wow. Probably the governor. I couldn't stand the governor. He was an idiot. man. But yeah, I mean, living in Las Vegas, I haven't ruled out moving back there one day. I mean, I like it here, but yeah, don't live in Las Vegas proper. Live in Summerlin or Henderson. No doubt about it. I just know that the apartment I rented when I lived there is like a lot more expensive now. How you doing, Grub Warp? These guys won't leave me alone. Right angle sports, tout, worthless tout, garbage tout. No, I have no plans on doing that, Donald. I apologize. I know a lot of you guys like that, but I'm not there mentally to be able to do that. I'm not saying I have mental health issues or anything, but it's a huge mental drain. And, I just, between training for an Ironman triathlon and my day job, that's a lot of mental drain. All right, credit Indiana for not wilting when Iowa made their run. Right angle sports, I might one day, David. Because a lot of people point to right angle sports as like a good tout, like a tout that does it right and all that trash, and it drives me nuts. Spencer Cornelia, is that the guy who does like scams? Let me see, Spencer Cornelia. Yeah, this is a guy who calls out scammers. Yeah, I've seen his video. He has pretty good videos. Exactly, Donald. Like, even I automated as much as I can, but even then I was spending like 30 minutes, 45 minutes a day on my baseball model every morning. And it just drove me. There's only so much you can automate. There's still a lot of things you have to do manually, and I just got tired of it. Especially when I wasn't winning. If I was winning, yeah, I might have been willing to put up with the day-to-day grind, but I wasn't winning. Yeah, I have seen his videos. St. Louis is starting to fade away. Davidson's starting to pull away. Man, that Kent State Akron game, I'm looking forward to that a ton. I got into it real BB. I didn't really get into sports betting until like 2011, 2012, and I either went to Las Vegas or lived in Las Vegas. I started really getting serious about models when I lived in Las Vegas in 2012. Yeah, I just think Norfolk State's going to dominate the second half. I wonder what the second half line is in that game. If anybody knows what Norfolk State second half is, please drop it in the chat. But I need to get ready to order a pizza. Hi, can I get an order for pickup, please? My name is William. Can I get an 18-inch double pepperoni, extra cheese, and truffle oil? Extra cheese? Yeah, and truffle oil. That'll do it. 25 minutes? All right, perfect. Thank you. All right. All right, so 25 minutes is going to be 1:14, so I'll probably leave at 1 o'clock. So in 10 minutes. Norfolk State's only 3.5. I would hammer that. I would hammer Norfolk State minus 3.5. They're the better team. I'm basing this on absolutely nothing but my gut, but I would totally be on Norfolk State second half if it's only 3.5. I think Indiana's going to win this game. I don't know what got into Texas A&M. Where did they come out of nowhere? Yeah, it's not that. It's only like 2 or 3 miles away. It's just that there's a lot of like red lights between here and there. So it'll probably take about 15 minutes to get there. I appreciate you coming by, Notorious Swaggy. All right, a lot of games in halftime right now. Probably should have ordered the pizza a little bit earlier, but oh well. I kind of lost track of the time with all these idiots, trolls. When was the last time a team below 500 won the tournament? Like won a conference tournament? It happens almost every year. Like North Carolina Central did it. Cal Poly did it one year. Just off the top of my head. I think Liberty got in one year with a losing record. So it definitely happens. More often than not. Exactly. Yeah, Donald Trump, exactly. It's what I do for my day job too. And it's like, my day job is modeling and like teaching and explaining and educating about modeling. And it's like, so then people you need to create more models on your YouTube videos, teaching modeling. So that's what I do for a day job. I don't want to do that for my free time. Ugh. Used to not be that way. Like TCU beat Texas A&M back in Houston, back in December. 3 degrees Celsius. That's not bad. I mean, I ran this morning. It was like 40 degrees. It was nice. All All right, do we have any games starting at 1 o'clock? We have Penn and Yale, but then nothing until 2. VOR.RED. Yeah, Oklahoma's not going to get in. Man, everything's at halftime right now except Davidson and St. Louis, but that's kind of getting out of hand. A lacrosse game, 20 degrees. I wonder when I'm going to go get my triathlon bike. I might go get it Monday. I mean, it's ready. They sent me a text message saying to go pick it up. Not going to be today. It's too far. Like, the triathlon shop is by where I used to live growing up, over in Colleyville. Like, probably a 20-minute drive. Tennessee. Yeah, I think first name, last name, I'm glad he brought up Tennessee because I really do. Everyone knocks on Tennessee for Rick Barnes sucks in March, can't win in the NCAA tournament, but I think they'll prove people wrong this year. They're kind of under the radar. I'm really interested to see how they're going to do. Columbus, Ohio. Wow. 20 degrees. It was in the 20s yesterday, but today it's going to get into the high of 57 today, but looks like highs in the 70s starting tomorrow. Oh, no, I'm going to go get the pizza. I'm just going to leave it going. You're just going to see a empty seat right here. I'm not going to stop the stream. It snowed yesterday here, too. But now we're getting highs in the 70s. Texas weather is weird. I think Wyoming's going to be in. Yeah. I do think Wyoming will get in. Does St. Louis have a run? I think Davidson has too much firepower. Iowa, it's 38-32. Indiana's winning at half. I prefer running in cold weather. I remember doing running last summer, and it was miserable. Your heart rate is just... My heart rate is like a lot lower when it's cold than hot. Columbus Blue Jackets. Yep. The Stars play the Rangers tonight. I told you guys on the stream that I'm going to go to the Stars game when they play Edmonton, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, they play the Oilers on 3/22, so I'll probably go then. I just don't know what got into Texas A&M, but we'll see if Arkansas can come back like Auburn did yesterday. But Auburn just didn't finish the job. St. Louis is a typical Travis Ford team. Good talent, but poorly coached. That's what I have to say about St. Louis. Travis Ford cannot coach. He can recruit, he can't coach. All right, guys, I am going to I'm going to be back in about half an hour. All right, guys, I will just keep the stream going. So I will be back, guys. I've got to go pick up a pizza. Be back. Man, this is a beautiful looking pizza. Tulane versus Houston, you're in it? No, I think Houston's going to... I wouldn't take 13. I just drove by the arena. When I was picking this pizza up, I drove by the arena they're playing that game at, Dickey's Arena. That place is empty, man. This is probably not a good place to hold that tournament. This is a beautiful looking pizza, though. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. $18 inches. Oh, I need... Forgot to ask for Parmesan, but good thing I have some in my fridge. It's going to be messy. No, it's just a multi-purpose arena in Fort Worth. I went to a WWE pay-per-view there. Wow, LSU fired Will Wade. That's crazy. Those notice of allegations must be pretty... I've always said Will Wade is a cheater. He was a cheater long before going to LSU. Yeah, the person in front of me in line at the pizza place drove me nuts. Like, there's 3 sizes at this place. They have an 18-inch pizza, a 24-inch pizza, and a 30-inch pizza. I'm not joking. Those are the 3 sizes. And she was like, how many slices does each size have? I'm like, obviously a slice of the 30-inch pizza is going to be different than a slice of the 18-inch pizza. Obviously. I mean, 8 slices on an 18-inch pizza is different than 8 slices on a 30-incher. I had to stand in line for a good 30 minutes. Or no, 5 minutes. How's that A&M game doing? I saw that Arkansas was making a little bit of a comeback. Right when I turn it on, A&M hits a 3. Good pizza. The question is, how much of this am I going to eat until I go get the ice cream out of the fridge? Uh-oh, Amber Alert. Amber Alert. I'm not trying to be racist, I'm not. But I swear, 100% of the Amber Alerts I get on my phone here in Texas have Hispanic names every single time. Speaking of Amber Alert, Amber Hagerman's mom lived in my neighborhood when I grew up. Right? Like Amber Hagerman, because she got abducted over in Arlington. But Amber Alert should be for like kids that are actually abducted by like strangers or like child molesters. But 99% of the time, it's just the parents of a kid fighting and one of the parents takes them. 99% of the time. So we always get these Amber Alerts on our phones. And I keep saying it's going to be like a Boy Who Cried Wolf effect eventually. If you just keep putting these stupid domestic family dispute abductions on the Amber Alert, nothing's going to change. Or people are going to start ignoring them. Another one. And another Hispanic name. Addison Alvarez. I'm going to need to like vacuum after this. This pizza's good, but it's messy. Of course, Arkansas starts falling apart when I turn it on. Arkansas cannot get a stop. Wow, Coppin State has a white guy on their team. I thought they were 100% black. I think if we get a 7 seed, it's going to be because of bracketing. When I say bracketing, you know the rules of like only so many, for example, Big 12 teams can be in one region, blah, blah, blah. But I expect us to be in the 8-9 game. I fold this pizza. I wonder what they're saying on Tiger droppings about Will Wade. I didn't know Coach Gebhardt was at A&M. So one of my strength coaches at TCU, he's a strength coach for A&M basketball now. I did not know that. I mean, you have a lot of strength coaches in college. Yeah, I think college sport popularity is just an American thing. I mean, Europe, it's pretty much what? Soccer? What was the Davidson money line? Was it minus 225? The question is, who does LSU hire? Nice. That's actually a pretty good price. Minus 160. Yeah, that was in 2009. I was in college. I remember it very well. I think it was actually a quarter. It was on a Thursday night, I think. I think Arkansas is done, guys. Turning on the Indiana game. Yeah, because I remember watching it at the TCU Student Union. I do have a napkin, but the problem is it's like really sandy. It's like a sand texture that the napkin's not going to be able to absorb. I'm just going to have to vacuum. Here's my napkin. Last slice, and I'm not even like close to full. I apologize for eating on camera. I was supposed to do this before the stream, but I didn't have time. And I haven't eaten since Thursday, so. Yeah, Shaq would take a pay cut going to coach at LSU. He probably makes a lot of money at TNT and all the commercials he does. I wonder if I could have eaten a 24-inch pizza today. And that is how you eat an entire 18-inch pizza, including the crust, in one sitting. Pretty impressive, huh? And I'm not even full. I could have easily eaten another 4 slices or so. And now I'm going to eat this ice cream. So this is a Bluebell pistachio almond flavor. Definitely a top 5 Bluebell flavor for me, maybe even top 3. But it's definitely like a love it or hate it flavor. You either love it or hate it, and I love it. Yeah, I remember I haven't watched SportsCenter in years. I can't remember the last time I watched SportsCenter. Many years, but I remember it used to be good. Oh, man. I have a lot of good Champ Week moments. In front of me, it's a 43-inch computer monitor. 43 inches. So I can divide it up into panels. So I have like the chat up here, and I have like web browser over here. I have a game right here. It's pretty useful. Yeah, it's basically a TV. It's bigger than the TV I have over here that actually is a TV. The TV right there is 40 inches. Yeah, just look up Dell 43-inch monitor. What a rebound by Indiana, but they couldn't capitalize. There's a 3 for Iowa. Good. Tie game. Yeah, I have YouTube TV. Oh, yeah, it's a big monitor because I used to have I want to say like a 23 or 26-inch monitor that I used to use. And this monitor makes that thing look tiny. Offensive foul. I don't know what got into Texas A&M. It was a New York-style pizza from a place called Serious Pizza. They have one in Dallas and they have one in Fort Worth. Serious Pizza. 18 inches, double pepperoni, extra cheese, and truffle oil. Yes, New York style. I was folding it, and I ate it all, including the crust. And now I'm eating this Bluebell ice cream. Iowa. Big 3. I was kind of hoping for an Indiana versus a Purdue final, but I didn't know they had a Valentine's Day special ice cream. I haven't seen the red velvet flavor in a few years, and I don't think they've ever had a mint almond. Mint almond. I've never seen that flavor. I've seen mint chocolate chip. I like the mint chocolate chip Bluebell flavor, but I have to be in the right mood for it. And I'm usually not. Man, Iowa. It's not over yet. I can't eat plain cheese pizza. That's gross. I can't. I will never eat a plain cheese pizza. That's 5 seconds. That could have been a 5-second call on Iowa. Yeah, well, Italy does a lot of things wrong. I love pistachio ice cream. Oh, Iowa turned it over. So Iowa's going to get the last shot here. I would just call a timeout if I was Fran McCaffrey. Here it comes. Long three for the win. Good. He banked it in at the buzzer. He banked it in. What does equality mean? Like equality in terms of what? Because it says equality on the back of their jerseys. I don't know what that means. Like, what do they want? I liked it. The only review that matters is mine. And I devour that thing. I'm going to text my Iowa friend. Right? I just don't know what is obviously they're going to put equality on the back of their jerseys. Like what are they looking for? Right? Yeah. .1 1.1 seconds. Here's the shot. Nope. Indiana. I think they're gonna get in. But it's no sure thing. All right, what's coming up at 2 o'clock? Tulane and Houston. Really nothing until 2:30. I guess I could turn on the Yale game. Yeah, I just put the Yale game on. YouTube TV. YouTube TV. As much as I hate giving Google my money, it's by far and away the best TV service. Like, I did DirecTV Stream. It was horrible. You guys, for those of you who watched my streams during college football season, it was awful. And Spectrum's the cable provider here, but it's just too expensive. I'm really thinking about going to the Mexican bakery across the street and getting a Tres Leches cake. So I've eaten an entire 18-inch pizza. I've eaten a pint of Bluebell. Yeah, I'm going to run across the street real quick and get a Tres Leches cake. So I will be back. There's really no games going on right now anyway. Yeah, there's like a Mexican bakery across the street that's like awesome. They have the best Tres Leches cake. All right, I will. Shouldn't be more than 5-10 minutes. Oh yeah, Grub Warp. I hated that because before I go, that was when TCU was in the tournament for the first time in 20 years, and it like ruined the suspense. Oh yeah, that was terrible. Like they announced them all alphabetically, and then they did the bracket, but it like took away all the suspense because you knew if a team wasn't, it got passed over. You could tell by going alphabetically. Yeah, I'm glad they only did that once. But that wasn't as bad. I think it was 2016 where they had a 2-hour show and like everyone hated it because they didn't even start announcing the field until like the second hour. So yeah, the 2-hour show was even more unpopular than that. But anyway, I'm going to go across the street real quick and grab a Tres Leches cake. I will be back.
Imagine the benefits of fasting without the hunger. Introducing Prolon, a revolutionary patented nutrition program that nourishes, rejuvenates, and curbs hunger.
I have so many clients that will say to me, "Tell me what my options are." And my answer is always, "Well, there's only one option, and that's Prolon." It really is the only program in the world that mimics a fast.
To learn more, go to prolonfast.com, save 25%, and receive 20 free fasting bars on your first order. Prolon, the fast that lets you eat.
shot. It's a spectacular move. I mean, it is special. And you can feel him starting to heat up. You know, you got the little bubbles going. It's not boiling yet, but you see it's almost ready. He's getting in the zone.
Joe Charles, he comes in looking to shoot threes. Doesn't get it to go. 151 shots on the year for Charles. All but 17 are threes coming into this game. Wanted a handoff on swing. Can't do that. Nailed it up.
It's a tough one. You have the 8-point lead. You work the clock a little bit more, get a little bit easier one than that.
Dingle in the bodies. He's slow to get up though. He's limping. That's a big time play.
Well, look at the ELD. They got 3 guys creating almost a phone booth around him. There's nowhere to go. They box him in, and he still gets that up on the rim with his upper body strength and hang time. That is an unbelievable finish by Jordan Dingle. But again, the way that they're playing that pick and roll, yeah, they're not bringing a guy up to trap. They're not hard hedging. They're flagging. So they're about 3 steps off when he comes off, and you get him in the head of steam. It's going to make it tough on you.
And James Jones did say to us, this is how we guard ball screens. We're not going to change. We haven't changed all year. We're not going to do anything different with Dingle unless he's going off and we're down. And he said, I kept saying, the context of the game is tight, or we're up. We're going to keep doing what we do. Hot. He's going to be really good, man. He's got a great body. He can knock down some shots as he gets more control.
And he can fly. I mean, he gets up really high in his jump shot. Gets up really high on rebounds. But you're right. James Jones said, we got 40, but if we're up 10, I'm not going to give anything. And that's the situation we're in right now.
Smokes.
Oh. Are you kidding me?
He's shooting right now, NBA Jam style. There's a torch on the back of that ball.
There is no rim.
Man, that place is busy. I've never seen it like that before. It's like a Mexican bakery across the street. And the past couple times I've been there, it's been maybe like 1 or 2 other people in there, but today there's like 30 other people in there. And so like I've never been there that busy before, so I got this Tres Leches cake out of the fridge and walked up, and the lady is like, in broken English, because they don't speak English there. It's like, the line starts back there. And I was like, oh, I didn't know. And there's all these people in there holding these like trays, kind of like a buffet almost, like of just baked stuff, like donuts, pastries, cookies. I'm guessing they sell it by weight. But anyway, I didn't have to wait in that line, though, because I only had one thing, and the girl was like, oh, if you only have one thing. But I was the only one in there who was white. I was the only white guy in there. I was probably the only guy in there who spoke English as my first language. But I love their Tres Leches cake. Texas Tech has a very underrated team. I think Texas Tech is good, but I think the issue I have with Texas Tech is they don't really play well away from home, and it feels like they're kind of missing like a playmaker. They play very well as a team, but if they need like a guy to make plays for them, they're not going to get it. Yeah, Mika Hamari, Grub Warp, they've been in these streams for over a year. A lot of the names that used to be here a lot, Eric Catherine pops in every now and then, but there's some names I haven't seen in a while. Yeah, I think Auburn's overrated. Auburn reminds me of... Who does Auburn remind me of? They're just stumbling into the tournament. Usually teams who stumble into the tournament don't stay very long. Who wins men's Money in the Bank? Wow, well, it depends on how WrestleMania goes. That's a great question, actually. I mean, at this time a year ago, I would have never said Big E. And I definitely would have never said Nikki ASH. I could see someone like, I think one of these newcomers, like a Ridge Holland. I don't think an established star is going to win it. Definitely a newcomer. I don't know if it might be too early for Braun Breaker. The women's side, I could see someone like Money in the Bank is best when a heel wins it because they can go around carrying the briefcase. So if you're looking at heels on the women's side, I could see Sonya Deville winning it. Man, this Tres Leches cake is so good. But anyway, there was somebody panhandling outside the entrance of the bakery, and I'm like, there's probably a million better places to panhandle than that. Like, I live in a gentrified area, right? I live in a neighborhood called Riverside, and it's probably 95% Hispanic. Not a lot of native English speakers. Probably not very high income. So I would probably pick another place to beg for money than outside of a bakery in a low-income area. Yep, the NCAA tournament canceled video. I think I deleted that video. But 2 years later, my point still stands. March Madness should have never been canceled. Never. That was like the biggest buzzkill ever. And just like the 2 months or so after that was just miserable. Living in San Diego during all that was sucked. Like, I remember I'd go to the park and a police vehicle would drive up to me and tell me to go home. Like, even though there's nobody else outside and there's no one within eyesight of me out at the park, they said I wasn't allowed to be at the park. I didn't go to the gym for 3 months. Probably lost a lot of muscle. $17.33-1. Yep. Yeah, the growth of my channel has been very organic. I've never advertised it. I've never like spammed it. I can't remember the last time I made Jell-O. It's been a long time. I mean, 20 years ago, I was definitely a kid. I like how these sports grid idiots are sending me text messages saying that they're driving viewers to the stream. That's why I'm had the sports grid sucks donkey scrotum on my stream, because if that's true, if they really are pirating my stream and everything, then they're pirating a stream that's calling them donkey scrotum. But yeah, they keep sending me text messages saying they own all the rights to this channel. So stupid. Man, Penn's starting to come back. I'm sure there's some Sports Grid morons in this chat right now. I couldn't imagine being such a stupid Sports Grid idiot. Man, Yale's starting to fall apart. All right, Kentucky and Tennessee, Michigan State, Purdue, Richmond and Dayton. Tie game. Tie game. And now Penn's gonna have a chance to take the lead. This is a collapse. Sports Grid is an amateur YouTube broadcasting operation. That claims they own the rights to my channel, which is absurd. I always ask them to provide a contract showing that I signed my rights over, and they never do. Excellent Tres Leches cake. All right, that's probably all I'm going to eat today. 18-inch pizza, Bluebell ice cream, and a Tres Leches slice. Right? First name, last name? I'll do it again. Let's do it again. I did it earlier, but let's do it again. I mean, I know I don't have a lot of people watching this stream right now, but still, like, Sports Grid's supposed to be a bigger deal than me. Like, I'm one man. I'm one person. I don't have a lot behind me. Sports Grid. I have more subscribers than they have. They only have 8,000 subscribers. And these guys say they have the rights on my channel. Look at this. They've uploaded, in the last 24 hours, they've uploaded probably at least 50 videos, and none of them have the most viewed one has 49 views. Ugh, I never worked for them. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. Look at this sports grid. Look, these videos have no views. Who is their audience? Wow. I mean, some of these videos are days old. No views. Look at this one. No views on this video. Wow, you gotta you would think even some bot or something would give you at least one view on a video. Look at this one view. Man. And these clowns say they own... I should stop talking about them because I'm punching down. These guys are smaller than me. These guys are nobody. These guys are smaller than me. So I should stop talking about them. Yep. Anyway, it makes you no wonder they hate me so much, because I'm far more successful than they are, and they keep blowing up my phone. Pretty much everybody on my right? Why do they care if they're, why do they waste all this time harassing me when if they're such a big deal, why do they care so much about me that they invest in all these throwaway burner phone numbers to harass me through text message? Right? I don't want to say Yale's done, but they just seem like a team that's going to lose this game. All right, UK and Kentucky started. I'm going to turn that game on. No offense to the Ivy League, but Princeton's the best team there, and I only really care about them right now. UK and Kentucky time. Cool. They're a joke TV station then. A joke. So if they're a TV station and they have a TV deal, why do they waste so much time and energy harassing people like me? Right? If they're a TV station, why are they harassing small YouTube channels like mine? Good question. Anyway. Houston is only up 5 on Tulane. Michigan State and Purdue is getting underway. I'm going to up the ante here. All right. Tennessee and Kentucky is the game right now. All right, 10-4 now. 10-4. Did anybody bet on this game? Does anyone here work at Arby's? I don't. Oh man, I'm not even full. You think eating a whole pizza, including the crust and a pint of Bluebell and a big slice of cake would make you feel full, but I'm not. I mean, I don't feel like eating anything more, but I'm not like stuffed. You know, Tennessee at the first media timeout's up 6. Not bad. How old is this Liberty commercial? I feel like it's been a while.
Did you know that Auto Trader has Kelly Blue Book so I know what prices are good? Microwave, worth every penny. Till I'm fat free.
Ugh. D such, do you work at Arby's? No, I guess a good question is, has anybody here ever worked in fast food? I haven't. I've had a lot of jobs in my life, but I have never in my life worked in fast food.
Let's talk about what is professional today. We can flip the script.
By the way, one of the fish in my fish tank died the other night. I did a water change on Wednesday, like a routine. I do water changes every 2 weeks. Routine water change, and on Wednesday night, I just glanced into my fish tank when I was on the couch, and I saw one of my fish laying on its side on the surface, and that's not good. And so it just kind of flopped around in the tank, and then finally it died. And then I took it out of the tank and put it in a Ziploc bag and threw it in the trash. And that was that, right? And then about an hour later, I look in my tank again, and another one of the fish are on its side. I'm like, geez, something must have happened during the water change, because for 2 fish to be like that, you know, that's not good. Something's up, because I haven't had any fish die yet, and they've been in there since August. So it's been, 7 months? And so I thought this fish was about to die too, and so I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go to bed, and in the morning I'll scoop it out. And so I wake up yesterday morning, and I look in the tank, and it's perfectly fine. You know, nothing wrong, just acting usual. So I guess whatever killed the first fish didn't end up finishing off the second one, but still something must have like happened during the water change. Donato's. I mean, I've worked in pizza restaurants too, but they've either been full service restaurants or nice places, nothing fast foody. But yeah, that brings me back to the point I was making earlier. I mean, I've worked in, 2 or 3 pizza restaurants in my life? 3. And it's funny because every time I've worked in a pizza restaurant, you always ask people, like, how many slices come on the medium? How many slices come on the large? How many slices come on the extra large? I'm like, what does it matter? 8 slices on a large is going to be smaller than 8 slices on an extra large. How many slices? You should ask how many like people does it feed? What's the area, right? So if the radius of the pizza I just ate was 9 inches, the area is 254 squared inches of the pizza I just ate. But if I got the 24-incher instead, the area would have been 452. So it would have been like twice as big. So 6 extra inches, but like twice as much area. That's why I didn't get the 24-incher. People ask if I've ever done food challenges. The answer is yes. I almost did one this past Thursday night, but I didn't. And I'm probably glad I didn't. But they have like a 24-inch pizza challenge around here that I could try one day. I mean, I could have easily eaten 4 more slices at least. And I didn't even do anything that you would normally do before a food challenge. Right, Ethan? It's like that's the girl in front of me in line when I was picking up my pizza. She was looking at the pieces. They had pans on the wall to show how big the pizzas were. And she's like, how many slices do you get with the 24? And the cashier was like, 8. And she's like, and how many get with the 18 inches? And the cashier said, 8. And she's like, so it's 8 slices either way? And the cashier was like, yeah. And I just like face palming. I just wanted to face palm so bad. It's like, so it's 8 slices either way. She literally said it's 8 slices either way. Like, as if the pizzas were the same size. Like, these people are so dumb. Yep. Radius squared diameter, or radius squared pi. So if an 18-inch pizza is 254 squared inches, that means a slice of that is going to be like what? Like, I'll do the calculation. 254 divided by 8. It's going to be like 32 squared inches. A 12-inch slice, 452 divided by 8, it's going to be 56 squared inches, almost twice as big. Right? It was funny because like they couldn't make up their mind, and it drove me nuts because there's only one cashier, and there was my pizza sitting there, ready to be paid for and picked up, and then the girl in front of me was asking like a million questions. How long does it take to make? Blah, blah, blah. Do you have any kids' menu items? Maybe that block will get Kentucky going. So when you worked at Donato's, what did you do? It's funny how the sports grid idiots haven't sent me any text messages since I put the sports grid sucks docky scrotum up on my stream. Because if they truly were pirating my stream like they said they were, then that would put them in a hard place. Do we keep pirating this guy's stream that says that says we suck, or do we not do it and lie to the people that we said we were going to present the content to? Exactly. The pizza restaurant I worked at, it was called Palio's, and it's in a really nice area, the one I worked at. I mean, it's in South Lake, which is like one of the wealthiest suburbs in DFW, and I did pretty much everything there. You know, I was a driver, I was a cashier, I did pizza, I did salads, I did sandwiches. We didn't have like waiters or waitresses or anything because, you know, you just order at the counter, but we'd have people that would like clean off the tables and stuff. I would do that. I would do inventory. I would wash the dishes. I think the only thing I never did was make dough. Couldn't tell you how to do that. But I made pretty good money there. Like, I started working there when I was a senior in high school after football season, and for a 17-year-old in 2005, I mean, the money I made was pretty good. You know, I got paid, $7 an hour plus tips or something like that, but the tips I made were good. Part of it was because it was in a wealthy area. Severe Wheeler for Kentucky. So my cousin is a high school basketball coach, and he coached Severe Wheeler in high school. So my cousin coaches at Houston Christian High School in Houston, and that's where Severe Wheeler went, so my cousin coached him. 10-point lead for Tennessee. How long has John Fulkerson been in? He seems like he's been in there since I was living in Seattle. I'm going to look. How long has John Fulkerson been around? He's got to be a 6-year player. John Fulkerson. Yep, his first season was 2016. That's when I was living in Seattle. I was right. Yeah, I told you. I was like, this guy's been around since I was living in Seattle. Do I have any sleepers for the tournament? Like I said, I'm going to have to see the bracket first to answer that. Everything is about matchups. Did my cousin's team win state? I don't think so. Like my cousin, since it's a private school, they don't really have like a state champ. They compete in a private school league called SPC, which stands for Southwest Preparatory Conference, and it has like 20 maybe 25 private schools in the state of Texas in it. So it's more like an SPC championship. But I know my cousin didn't when he played. They might have when he coached. But I went to my cousin's last SPC tournament when he played. It was in Dallas, and they played St. John's, Houston St. John's, I think. And the thing about that St. John's team is they had Justice Winslow on that team. And my cousin's team lost to Justice Winslow. Texas is a weird state. Like in Texas, it's different than other states because in other states it's the private schools that are good in high school, but in Texas the public schools are the ones that are the best. Murray State, I'm not a believer in them. I'm not. They didn't really convince me from what I saw of them this year. Maybe I'm wrong, but I hope I would be very fortunate if TCU matches up with them in the first round. Sounds like a good matchup. John Fulkerson. I like how Reddit bans me as soon as I create a new account. They have my IP address banned. I need to get a VPN to get around that. Twitter does the same thing.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal, helping you plan, protect, invest, and retire. Granted, good passers know how to also get themselves open when they're off ball. That describes Kennedy Chandler on that last three. If you stand and stare and you're Kennedy Chandler, you're not going to get the shot that you end up getting. Watch Kennedy Chandler right here as a point guard. He understands the importance of I want guys moving and getting location. He finds the numbers, sticks the feet, the release, the rotation, and the result. Point guards know.
I am taking a quick bathroom break. All right, I'm taking a quick bathroom break, guys. I'll be right back.
He wants to do is in a sense muck it up, play hard, play physical, lock him around a little bit. Oscar Sheboy is getting handled down low with a variety of big bodies between Huntley Hatfield, Plavchik's back in the game, and Jonas Adu. That's a lot of muscle, a lot of body, and a lot of fouls. 15 to 20 fouls for Oscar Sheboy, knowing that they're not going to all get called. Sheboy's going to have to keep his balance right with his mind and with his body and handle that contact because it's not going to go away.
You guys discussing the physicality of the game. That's exactly what John Calipari just said to Oscar Sheboy. They're going to try to challenge you at the rim on every possession, dunking on him. He also looked at Xavier Wheeler and said, man, shoot the pull-up. I trust you to make that shot. Don't get so deep into the paint that you get blocked. Also, look for Kentucky to up the defensive pressure here, maybe with a press.
You wonder if this is going to be a game Lance Ware is going to have to play big. That is the second foul on Sheboy. Even before that, Ware gives you another big body, and the fouls that Tennessee can afford, it's at least 5 more off your bench. Ware is as physical as anybody in the game. Sheboy going to the bench due to 2 fouls and down 32 to play. The banging's not going to go away. We've played real basketball in this league all year long. All the fouls that need to be called according to the rule book. With athletes and size and speed that we're playing the game with right now, there's going to be a lot of contact and pretty much on every play. Kentucky has benefited from their bench many times, and it's been a whole cast of characters, whether it's Ware, Mintz, Toppin, Collins. Pushover going the other way on the backside.
Yeah, that fish I had that died was a Corydoras, and I put it in a Ziploc bag and threw it in the trash instead of flushing it down the toilet. It's too big of a fish to flush down the toilet.
Probably Toppin on one side and Lance Ware on the other as they inbound this ball and running shooters either side off of this initial triangle action before they do that here. This step is the floppy action.
You'd both rather work at Papa John's. So the thing about Papa John's, the reason I asked that question is because when I was driving to go get my pizza earlier, I drove by a Taco Bell and a Papa John's, and both of them had now hiring signs out front. Do you guys see a lot of now hiring signs around where you guys live? Yeah, this Tennessee team definitely feels different. I feel like this Tennessee team's going to make a run. Of my fish tank? I haven't. I don't have a video of that. It's a 29-gallon freshwater tank. I used to have videos on this channel before it became Sports Betting Truth of my saltwater fish tank I had when I lived in Kentucky. But yeah, it's a freshwater tank, and I had 6 Corydoras and 6 glow light tetras and a rubber-nosed plico in there. And one of the Corydoras died the other night, and then another one looked like it was about to die, but it's fine now. I wonder why that one survived, but the other one didn't. Yeah. I don't know if I talked about this on the channel, but I went to like a Wendy's back in November, like during the Monday before Thanksgiving. And I ordered it on the app, right? Because that's what you do. You order on the app, you walk in to the counter, you get it. You don't have to wait in line or anything. So I was at the gym, and I, like with like maybe 20 minutes left of my workout, I ordered my order. That way, I finish my workout, I change, I leave the gym, drive to Wendy's. By the time I get there, 30 minutes, it should be ready, right? And so that's what I do. And so I get there, and the dining room's closed. The doors are locked. And I can't get in to go get my order. So the only way I can get my order is going through the drive-thru line. But the line was like 25 cars deep. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Wait in this huge-ass line? And so what I did is I walked up to the drive-thru window on my feet. And I said, can you guys just give me my order? And they did it. I was surprised they did it. But otherwise, I would have had to wait in that huge line to get my order. Like, it snaked around the building, then onto the street. But yeah, every single, like the pizza I got, they had now hiring sign up on the door. In some places I've been to lately, they're putting job applications on the tables. Where did I go that had a job application on the table? I'm trying to think. I'm going to have to pull up my calendar. I have a calendar that I put what I ate for the day. Where did I go that had applications on the table? It was Chicken Shack in Denver. Yeah, so Chicken Shack is a like wings chicken place that in Las Vegas that I love. And they had one in Denver when I was driving to Colorado to go ski back in February. And they actually had job applications on all the tables, like instead of in place of where a menu would be. I'm not joking. But that's not I've seen it at other places. That's not the only place I've seen it. And the restaurant I went to this past Thursday, the manager is going around asking people if they like had any friends or family that wanted to work there. I'm not joking. I'm serious. It was a place called Rogers Roundhouse. And the manager was literally walking around asking like random customers. So how bad is the labor shortage these days if that's going on? If a manager of a restaurant is going up to random tables. But for some reason, he didn't come up to me. Maybe because he thought I was a tourist. So Kentucky makes one shot and their fans get up and start cheering. I can't remember the last place I've been to that didn't have a now hiring sign. Although there's one place I saw that said now hiring AM only. Most places I go to are hiring for everything. Where's the place I went to that said AM only? It might have been Buc-ee's. I think it was Buc-ee's, actually. Has anyone here ever been to a Buc-ee's? And I don't know about Richmond right now. Has anyone had that Pizza Hut Spicy Lovers pizza? I don't think it looks that good. It doesn't look that good to me. Yeah. Although I couldn't find the ghost pepper flavor when I went there last time. Last time I went to Buc-ee's, I got beef jerky and pork rinds and a Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. When I was driving back from Houston a few weeks ago. It was the weekend before my marathon. What does this poll feature do? I've never seen this before. I don't know. I've never seen this before. Did it work? Oh, it did work. Okay, there it is. Does anyone see the poll? I can't remember the last time I've had a soda that wasn't zero sugar. I don't drink a lot of soda to begin with. I think the last time I had like a full flavor, actual sugar soda, gosh, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I mostly drink water, like water. Okay, so you did see the poll. Like 99% of the time I'm drinking water. So if I'm going to have something carbonated, it's going to be the zero sugar version. During the marathon, I drank what was at the water stop. So they had cups of water and Gatorade. And I guarantee you that Gatorade I drank was not zero sugar. I guarantee you it was full flavored Gatorade. But also some of the stops were handing out beer, and there was one stop that I ran by that was handing out tequila. I'm not joking. I didn't drink it, but I saw one guy take a sip of beer that was handed out. But I would say 80% water. I got Gatorade maybe 2 or 3 times. And the rest of the time I got water. The thing is, though, is that I was eating jelly beans and I was taking these gels. And they were all very sweet. So towards the end of the run, I had so much sugar in my stomach, like I couldn't anymore. I actually had 3 of those Tres Leches cakes that I bought the day before that I was going to eat after my marathon, but I couldn't. I had to eat them the next day. The thought of sugar just make me ill. So next time I do a marathon or an Ironman or whatever, I'm going to make sure I have some non-sweet things to eat during the race instead of just sweet things. Man, I can't figure out Richmond at all.
He remembers Keon Brooks has hurt his team this season. Team that's already got themselves a spot in the SEC Tournament Finals tomorrow at Blaze on ESPN. Henry Chandler was their open and knocks that down. He is a high leverage scorer. They are tremendous. Tennessee off that curl action on the elbow. Brooks goes in again. He'll shoot 2 more free throws. And Kyle Ziegler with his arm across Keon Brooks. Tennessee just fights to win elbow action. Not either off of the bounce or off of screen and curling action. They're going to win it right here. You just come right down through there.
I don't think Colgate's as good as they were last year, only because they don't have Jordan Burns anymore. They're probably still going to be a 14 seed, though. But no, they're not as good. Here's a question. Is LSU going to play in the NCAA tournament? That's a good question. Monmouth and St. Peter's has started. FYI. Dude, that was a push by Tennessee. That guy pushed him. No, nothing was missed. This is a pretty dead stream today. It was a lot more active last year. Which is fine, I don't really care how many people are watching. To be honest with you, I don't. I do this because I enjoy it. I don't do it for the loads of people watching. Jeez, is that like 90% Kentucky fans? We'll see what happens with Michigan, but I agree. I don't think Michigan's a sure thing. If last year's any indication, though, I have a lot of people watching tomorrow. I had my most viewed live stream of all time was last year's selection show. I'm not doing this for March Madness. You can blame the sports grid douchebags. Xavier won't get in. LSU is going to be in unless they decide not to play. What do you mean Sports Grid won't let me do March Madness live streams? I have nothing to do with Sports Grid at all. I have nothing to do with them. I am choosing not to do March Madness streams. That is my call. No. I didn't enjoy doing it last year. Like conference tournaments, that's one thing, but March Madness, I don't want to stream during that. Maybe the later rounds. Oklahoma's not going to get in. I think they had to win last night, and they came up just short by a hair. Kentucky fans are going to run out of energy. No, because I didn't like doing it. I would just rather pay attention to the games, especially the first round. And second, the sports grid idiots made it such a pain last year because, yeah, the sports grid's morons last year ruined the concept. So even if I wanted to do it, I wouldn't. No, because I might not be. I'm going to be watching the TCU game with friends and family. Pac-12 is tonight. Arizona and UCLA. Round 3. Oh, yeah. The trolls last year, it was like playing whack-a-mole. You'd ban 3 of them and 5 more would come. And it just became to the point where it wasn't worth it anymore.
It's not complicated. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Sports Grid is trying to steal my concept. Sports Grid's trying to... They claim they already have rights to it and everything, which is weird because I've never signed a damn thing. I was never offered anything to sign. I never discussed anything to sign. Tulsa just fired their coach. I wouldn't be surprised if they go after Oral Roberts' coach. I mean, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. But I just don't know if Tulsa, especially with the American breaking up, I just don't know if Tulsa's an upgrade. Yeah, but March Madness is a different animal for me. Mika Hamari is right. By the way, Micah Hamari, they say that these sports grid trolls keep texting me saying you're not actually from Finland. And I feel like you've been in this channel long enough to where I think these sports grid idiots are full of crap. You were in this channel long before sports grid started to troll.
We've covered Kentucky so much, guys, that we've heard John Calipari say when a team becomes a huddle-led team, they are reaching their potential. I'm seeing that from Tennessee. That huddle just now was so player-driven, and it was driven by Keely Chandler. He was talking the entire time, and every player seated was chatting with one another, listening to what the coaches were telling them, and offering their own insight. Player-led team there at Tennessee.
Point guard in the SEC for the first couple months he was under Rick Barr. But Rick Barr wants to mainly his point guard in the area. You're not leading the team by being silent.
But all said and done, Kentucky just trails by 7, and she wasted foul trouble most of the first half.
Mike Anderson is a favorite for Tulsa coach. I don't know about that one. Right, Micah Hamari? I'm like, they name dropped you of all people in these text messages they send me. I'm like, you've been here since like the beginning. Dayton's point guard just went down. Well, which one? I guess that's good news for Richmond, but Richmond's just not playing very well. I think San Diego State is a good pick. I think Arizona UCLA is a coin toss. Arizona might be one of those teams that lose early in the tournament. Yeah, I think Richmond, just because Dayton has a player hurt, Richmond has to play better. Halftime, Tennessee up 11. I'm going to turn on Monmouth and St. Peter's. It's really the only game going on right now. I remember when the MAAC used to have their conference title game on Monday nights. They should go back to that, honestly. They get drowned out on Saturday. The A10 used to be on campus sites. I remember Temple, I think, playing on their home floor. I might be wrong, though. Let me look. Atlantic 10. I remember when Temple ran the league with John Chaney. No, it was at Boardwalk Hall in 2008. It was at Riverfront Coliseum, which is where Xavier plays in 2006. In 2005, it was also at Riverfront Coliseum. Riverfront. It was at University of Dayton Arena in the early 2000s. It was at the Norfolk Scope in 2002. It was in Orlando. Wait, no. Yep. So I guess I was wrong about being campus sites. Yeah, the Spectrum. The Spectrum. Yeah, I remember that. Boardwalk Hall. But yeah, I remember Temple winning it in 2008 with Deontay Christmas. For some reason, when I think back about that game, it seemed like it was at campus sites, but I guess not. But Boardwalk Hall is it kind of seemed like a on-campus arena with the way it was set up. So maybe that's why. What do I have against Sports Grid? They have harassed me nonstop on my phone and my YouTube channel for a year. And so Eric Taylor, they claim that they own all the rights to my YouTube content. And they sent me text messages saying that they're rebroadcasting this stream. And so I'm like, okay, if that's true, if you guys are really rebroadcasting the stream, then I'm going to put Sports Grid Sucks Donkey Scrotum on here. So therefore, the stream you're rebroadcasting is kind of, owning yourself. But yeah, Eric Taylor, if you were harassed for an entire year by a group of people, you'd probably not be happy about it either. Right? Yeah. When you think about the old Atlantic 10, like Temple, Xavier, I think Rutgers was in it at one point. But Butler used to be in it for like 2 years. They've really only lost 2 teams, though, Xavier and Temple. I could see one day, though, Dayton, UMass. I could see Dayton and UMass going to the Big East one day, though. Wouldn't surprise me. St. Peter's is a very interesting team. I say that because their defense is nails. I just don't think they're going to have enough offensive firepower to really do anything in the tournament. Their defense is fun to watch, though. Sports Grid claims they're rebroadcasting the stream. I don't know if they really are, but they say I've had to issue copyright claims against them over the past few days. But that's the thing. YouTube sends me notifications whenever my videos get ripped off. I mean, it's not like I'm not going to find out. But I've got like half a dozen copyright strikes on them the past few days. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. YouTube sends me notifications. They know when you're repurposing somebody else's content. I mean, it's not like it's going to go under the radar. I guarantee you I'm going to have text messages from these idiots. And every time I ask who are you, they never answer. That's the thing, they never answer my text. They just send me another text from a different number. Idiots. Ivy League's only had a tournament for like 5 years, and it's always been on Sunday. Ivy League was the last one to have a conference tournament. And I remember the first one they had was in 2017. Princeton won, and that was played on a Sunday. I remember that because that was 5 years ago today. And it was the day I left Seattle to move to Kentucky. I remember watching it before I left my Seattle apartment for the last time. Like, I had nothing in my apartment except an air mattress and my TV. How is Xavier still in? I would put A&M and Virginia Tech in ahead of SMU and Xavier. Appreciate it, Ethan Bellamy. No, it's funny. It's not a big... The sports grid thing doesn't really bother me that much. I just think it's funny that they keep trying. Like, you'd think after a year you would find something else to do. The Big Ten tournament alternates. They play 2 years in Chicago and then 2 years in Indianapolis. I think they had it in Washington, D.C. 1 year, which is dumb. But I want to say they want to make it permanent in Indianapolis, and I think that should be the case. Bankers Life is such a great venue. I've been to the Big Ten tournament myself. It was awesome. The United Center, on the other hand, sucks. It's like, compared to Bankers Life. Is it still called Bankers Life? I don't think it's called that anymore, but still. Oh, it's still called Bankers Life. I don't know the last time it was played. Last year they played it at Lucas Oil Stadium, which was dumb. But that doesn't really count. It was at the United Center in 2019. In 2020, I don't think they ever ended up playing any games. They might have. It was at Bankers Life at 2020, but they only played the first few games. They had it at Madison Square Garden in 2018. I thought that was really dumb. I'm sorry. I was not a fan of that at all. And didn't they have it in D.C. 1 year? Yeah, in 2017 they had it in D.C., which is also dumb. It should always be in Indianapolis. They should not take it out of there. Yeah. I mean, I talked about this on Thursday, but 2 years later, who was right? Me. This guy was right 2 years later. Should have never canceled March Madness. Should have never canceled conference tournaments. Should have never canceled anything. 2 years later, who was right? As long as New York City has a vaccine mandate, I'm never going to go back. Not going back until they drop their stupid vaccine mandate. But yeah, they should have never canceled games in 2020. I'm sorry. I was right. I was right. Where did Eric Taylor go? He asked what I have against sports grid. He never said anything after that. Man, this St. Peter's team can't be missing free throws when their offense already struggles. I would take that D such. Villanova seems to be making a habit like Providence winning a lot of close games. Creighton spread, Villanova money line, try to get both. What message board are you talking about? What a that three for St. Peter's bounced like 20 times. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bosco Nash. What message board are you talking about? So people are posting stuff, posting my content without my permission. Will Villanova be a 2, though? I like Kent State today, yes. Even with the people sitting out. I'm looking at this Discord right now, and people are talking about which tournaments in the past have been bad and which one has been good. And I said 2009 was the worst one. I was in college at the time. The first round was pretty uneventful. There wasn't really much chaos, and North Carolina dominated everybody. Like, there really wasn't much suspense. Kent State had 4 guys suspended, but only one of them was really a major player. I think Texas Southern's the better team. Alcorn State won the league, but Texas Southern has better metrics. We'll see what happens, though. Iowa versus Purdue. That's a tough one. It just depends on how much Purdue cares. How many Texas team get in? Let's see. Lock teams: Texas, Texas Tech, Baylor. TCU's a lock. Texas A&M Corpus Christi might get in. SMU might get in. Houston's a lock. So 5 locks, 2 maybes. Man, I have the hiccups. Dayton's up by 14. Wow. Richmond did not show up. I thought Richmond was primed for a run. I really did. After last night. But Dayton showed up. Virginia Tech's problem is that everyone's like, oh, they're winning ACC tournament games. That should get them in. But the ACC wasn't good this year. But yeah, the ACC is weak this year, so winning ACC games isn't the resume enhancer people think it is. I don't think Abilene Christian's going to beat New Mexico State. North Texas is out. Texas Southern is probably going to win. I would give them a 60% chance. I would say Memphis is a lock, yes. Is it weird to have Texas A&M in after this morning? No, it's not weird to have them in, but they have a weird resume. It's going to be. I'm interested to see what happens with A&M if they don't win tomorrow. Does Memphis get hosed on seeding if they have a dominant win tomorrow? It depends on what your definition of being hosed on seeding is, because honestly, they're going to be at worst an 11, and I think that's very fair for them. All right, I put the Kentucky-Tennessee game back on. Kentucky's down 6. What was it, 10 points at half? All right, back to 8. Are Kentucky's fans still rising to their feet after every single time Kentucky scores? It's like, why not just stand permanently? All right, back to a 10-point game. So I turn it on. It's a 6-point game. Immediately becomes a 10-point game. Who is my top 5? Number 1 for me is Baylor. Baylor, Kansas. I think Purdue is a top 5 team purely by talent. So Baylor, Kansas, Purdue, Villanova. Who should number 5 be? As much as it pains me to say it, Duke. Maybe Kentucky. If Kentucky can come back, then they're a top 5 team for me. How you doing, Jonah Mickelson? Glad to see you back. What work did you have today? What is the live line for Richmond? Oh, top 5 coaches? When it comes to being a pure college basketball coach? I would have said number 1 would have been Lon Kruger for me, but he retired. I would say Mark Few. You had to put Coach K in there. So Mark Few, Coach K, Calvin Sampson, Jay Wright, and I guess, yeah, you could put Bill Self in there. Calculus lectures also, man. Volunteering. Man, I took calculus when I was in high school. I took calculus when I was in 4th grade, and then I took it in high school. In 4th grade, I cared. In high school, I didn't. These Wendy's commercials are pretty good with Reggie Miller in them. Richmond did not come to play today. I'm going to have to wait to see Tommy Lloyd. You got to wait more than 1 season before breaking him in any list. A lot of coaches have good first years. Mike Davis at Indiana. Where is he at now? Detroit? Dick Vitale. I really thought Richmond was primed for a run, but now I can see why they all want to fire Chris Mooney. He's been there for 15 years now, and they've made 1 tournament, 2 tournaments under him, and they haven't made one since 2012. Another plus 925. I don't have one for you right now. Maybe Richmond. I just don't think they have it in them, though. Mike Davis made the national title game in his first year at Indiana. So at the top of the hour, we have nothing. So really not much is going on until 5 o'clock. So we still have another hour until new games. We're going to have Texas Tech and Kansas, San Diego State, Boise State, Texas Southern, Alcorn at the top of the hour. And then we're going to have 5:30, we're going to have Creighton and Villanova. I think today's main event is at 6:30, Akron and Kent State. Akron and Kent State. That's the main event, in my opinion. What was your team, Jonah? Just it's a rivalry game, and just all the suspensions and the crap talking they've been doing to each other on social media. I mean, there's better games in Akron and Kent State, but I feel like there's a lot at stake.
When you shop at Target, you leave with what you value most, like healthy foods and brands that lift our communities. At Target, the things that matter are always within reach. What we value most shouldn't cost more.
Oh, UMBC. I mean, that was a one-year wonder. They weren't going to be able to sustain any success. They're too small of a program. That was lightning in a bottle. Vermont's been a lot more consistent as a program. When are Kentucky fans going to rise to their feet again? They just need to score once. Do I think Vermont has upset pitch? I do. But like I've been saying all day, it depends on the matchup. Everything's about matchups. D such. Anyone like Virginia Tech upsetting Duke today? Virginia Tech can shoot threes. I do, just because Duke's defense has been pretty bad the past couple weeks. We'll see what Virginia Tech does. That's going to be interesting.
And now both networks, our March Madness women's selection show. We reveal the 68 teams. Look at every team and matchup in each region. Continue on ESPN2. And then if you haven't had enough, and you really want to hear from the experts on how the bracket should
What is vom.red? People keep coming in here and saying that. But yes, I do think Vermont has upset potential. It just depends on who they play. I mean, I can look at latest bracket projections, get an idea of who might be on the 4 line that they could play. So I'm pretty sure Vermont's going to be a 13 seed. I think I'd be surprised if they're not. So potential 4 seeds could be Wisconsin, UCLA, Illinois, Arkansas, Providence, Houston. Out of those teams, Wisconsin would be pretty tough for them to beat. UCLA would be tough for them to beat. Illinois, I think they could be Arkansas and Providence and Houston. Maybe not Houston. So Illinois, Arkansas, Providence, yes. Houston, Wisconsin, UCLA, no. Everything depends on matchups. I just know Vermont's usually a pretty trendy upset pick when they get in. I remember they were 13 seed back in 2017 when they played Purdue, and they only lost by maybe 9. And they played pretty close for a while, but they didn't. And then in 2019, they were a 13 seed against Florida State, and a lot of people had that as an upset. And they think they were tied at halftime, but they just couldn't get it done. A list of what? Top 3 burgers and top 3 not well-known restaurants. My top 3 burgers, like, do chains count? Non-chains? But anyway, my top burgers. The best burgers I've ever had.
There are all kinds of products in this world. Things that make life easier.
Whataburger.
Life's product is different. It's 12,000 experts whose responsibility is to be there, to guide you through the happiest and most difficult times.
That's the thing. Most burgers pretty much are the same. But Whataburger.
This is our product. This is what we do.
Wingfields. Definitely Wingfields. Whataburger, Wingfields, and
Texas A&M. They knocked out Florida to start. They wiped out Auburn. They take care of Arkansas. Now lead 82-64 is your final.
honestly, Jack in the Box had this burger last summer. I forgot what it was called, but it was really good. Like, I went there maybe 4 or 5 times when they had it. It was that good. It was the cheddar something burger. But it was very good. So there's and top 3 unknown restaurants. Travis's, Connor's, and Seth's. Yeah, Travis's, Connor's, and Seth's. Oh yeah, Vermont's not going to be ever be respected. I think people have Vermont fatigue though, and like I said, when I say Vermont fatigue, it's that they've gotten in the field a couple times. Bruiser Flint's an assistant for Kentucky, but they gotten in a couple times in the field and not come up with that upset everyone was expecting. I'm going to go get some more water. I'll be right back. That's a 1 liter bottle, and I go through it very quickly. I drink a lot of water. Mika Hamari, I would say has to do with prestige. It's definitely a prestige thing. Tradition, also resources. Like major state universities are going to have more resources than smaller regional and universities. Jonah Mickelson, Sports Grid is a amateur digital sports broadcasting operation that has tried to steal my channel's content for over a year. And they keep harassing me over the phone. They keep saying I signed away the rights to my YouTube channel to them, and they keep trying to rebroadcast my content, and I keep having to copyright strike them. And so they keep sending me text messages saying that they're rebroadcasting my stream right now and that it's getting a lot more viewers on their platforms than what I'm getting. And I'm like, okay, if you guys really are rebroadcasting this stream, I'm going to put Sports Grid Sucks Donkey Scrotum on the screen so all of your viewers can see what I truly think about Sports Grid. If that's true. If it's true. If you guys want to rebroadcast my stream, then you're gonna have to deal with that.
Breakfast Baconator for five-time All-Star player Reggie Miller. He didn't know that breakfast was half off in the app, so I schooled him. I'm coming back here every month.
Is Richmond coming back? Did he end up taking them, Jonah Mickelson? Okay, it's a 4-point game. I might turn that game on. It's better than Tennessee and Kentucky. Oh, right when I turn it on, Richmond misses a layup. Miss 3. Ooh, what a block by Dayton. There's the 3 for Richmond. Oh, what a shot by Richmond. Did anyone see that? Teardrop. It's like playing whack-a-mole, I'm telling you guys. It's like whack-a-mole. Once I ban one Sports Grid troll and 3 more pop up. Oh, that's not a foul. That's not a foul. Oh, I would have never taken UMBC. I would have advised against that. Vermont was on a mission. Yeah, what a garbage foul on Richmond. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Did anybody see the poll I posted? Which of those restaurants are the best? If you do see it, please vote. Three from Richmond. Boom. 1-point game. That's an offensive foul that wasn't called. And then Dayton makes a three right after a guy gets knocked over. That might end the game right there. That might be game. I know it's a 4-point game, but that's a tough momentum swing. That's a tough momentum swing. So I'm going to... What should I do? Should I turn on another game?
Anthony Grant told us today about Holmes' shot blocking abilities. I wish I could tell you that somebody on our staff taught him how to do it.
That's got to give him, buddy.
Yeah. Golden is back in. Richmond thought that there should have been a 10-second violation on the trip up the court. This shot clock at 5, now at 4. Step back 3, it's no good. With the rebound.
What do I think about Lunardi? I think he's good at predicting teams in the field, but seeding is different. But I would say he's repeatable, but this is going to be a pretty tough year. I wouldn't be surprised. He usually only misses one every year, maybe two. Some years he'll get them all right. But this is going to be a year, I think, where he misses 3 or 4, maybe even 5, because there's a lot of congestion right on the cut line. Do live bet algorithms for sports books take into account momentum? No. Live bet algorithms are strict machine learning. Strict machine learning. They'll take in play-by-play data. So maybe they'll take in momentum, I guess. It just depends on how the machine learning algorithms work. Jonah, if you watched my stream last year for basketball, you would have seen me go on a 2 to 3 week stretch betting college basketball second halves where I hit like 65% with my second half betting model. Whack-a-mole.
What if smartphones were more than just smart? The all-new Google Pixel 6 with a 24-hour adaptive battery that sends power precisely where you need it. Google Pixel 6.
Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks for 45 years, and it's all thanks to you. Ford F-Series, the best in Texas. Drive F-150, America's truck leader, with a great offer from your best in Texas Ford dealers.
Finally, our honeymoon.
It took a while, but at least we got a great deal on our
Yeah, we're in a TV timeout, so I'm going to switch. I mean, I can easily put more games on my computer. Why am I not doing that? I'm going to do that. I can watch more than one game. I have a 43-inch monitor.
Than this ad being over? Your experience selling your car at Echo Park Automotive.
Man, there's a guy all over my comment section right now really white knighting for Wager Talk. Wow. He is bad.
Introducing the all-new Infiniti QX60.
He is mad. How many people here were here last year when I melted down and totally just started ripping into Sports Grid? Okay, right when I turn it on, Purdue's up by 7. Like as soon as I turn it on. I think Mika Hamari was in the chat last year when I melted down against Sports Grid. I just remember a lot of people are like, most of the reaction when I started yelling at Sports Grid was, who cares about those losers? Roger Federer is not breaking down yet. Or is he? Richmond just tied the game. I just had a feeling Richmond was going to make a run. Not just in this game, but in the entire tournament. That was not a block. Man, these refs are trying to bail Dayton out.
We get the pick and roll after the inbounds play occurs. Hilliard is the guy that triggers the inbounds plays, and most of the time he gets the ball back immediately after that. He creates.
Still 15-11 for Kamara.
He's been absent for the last 9 or 10 minutes, and they need him.
I think the refs have money on Dayton. I do.
Coming down the stretch here, Blakeney is a possible guy because he's made some, I don't want to say silly plays, but he's an action guy.
Oh, he's going to the line.
Well, he may have been called for the foul there. We'll see who it's against, either him or Holmes. It's going to be against Blakeney. That's number 4.
Burton has been the man here. And right here, a little head and shoulders fake to the left, and he goes in between two players. Between Blakeney and Holmes. He's the best one-on-one guy in size.
So Burton to the free throw line, 79% for the year. 4th for today.
First free throw's good. I'm surprised Federer's made it this long. I remember watching him in Houston when I was like 12. Three from Dayton off the back iron, rebounded by Dayton. They're going to get another shot. Chalman R was here last year when I started screaming at Sports Grid. I was just asking, who in this chat was here last year when I melted down? When I had a meltdown about Sports Grid. I wouldn't bet on Gonzaga. I think Mika Hamari and Chalman R were here when I had that meltdown, when I was screaming at the top of my lungs. Tie game. Tie game. Oh, he missed the jump hook. He missed it. He had it. He missed the jump hook. I deleted that stream where I had a meltdown, so they're not going to be able to repurpose that one. I deleted that stream. It was raw emotion. I'm probably not going to come back to Las Vegas until September, August. Three for Richmond. Good. Nothing but net. 3-point game. No, Chalmanar was here long before the Sports Grid trolls started showing up. The Sports Grid trolls didn't really start showing up until March Madness last year, and I remember Chalmanar was in these streams long before that. I'm not stupid. I would never do that. A member trip? I would never do that. No offense to anybody in the chat. I mean, when I lived in Las Vegas, I'd have a lot of people come up to me who say, "Oh, hey, I watch your content," and most of the people were pretty normal people that are fun to talk to. But every now and then, you had the oddball.
Deron Holmes continues to be a presence in this Dayton huddle despite his freshman status. He has grown in his
It's like playing whack-a-mole. I keep saying that for a reason. Like, if I ban one, 3 more will come back. So there's no point in banning the Sports Grid trolls anymore. The bird feeder cam is never coming back, ever. All right, what do you do if you're Dayton here? There's a 3 from Dayton, short, but offensive rebound. Tie ball, possession arrow is Richmond. So they're going to get the ball with a minute 17 and a 3-point lead. Oh, wait, do they call a foul instead of a jump ball? Yep. That looked like a tie ball to me, too. These refs, man. All right, Richmond. They have a guy. He missed the back door. Oh, there it is. Pick and roll. Good. 3-point read. They missed the backdoor cut, but then they went to the pick and roll and found the guy. I think Michigan State's donezo, guys. I'm going to turn on Monmouth and St. Peter's on my secondary screen. Is Kentucky making any kind of comeback? It's a 9-point game with 6:40 to go. Are Kentucky fans? Yep. I try to erase all March Madness memories from last year. That was a horrible tournament. No fans, socially distanced benches, masks. Like, remember the benches like went all the way up into the stands? What music do I like? Honestly, I don't listen to a lot of music. I don't. I don't really like a type of music. If it's a good song, I'll listen to it. Oh, In and Out for Dayton on the 3, Richmond rebound. But if it's good music, I'll listen to it. If it's bad music, I won't. I do have types of music I don't like, and that's country and rap. But indie rock, classic rock, those are going to be the main types of music you'll find on my. But I like when I was doing marathon training and was running all the time, I mostly listen to podcasts. No, I think St. Peter's is the better play. I wouldn't take Monmouth. But yeah, I listen to mostly podcasts. But music, I did listen to music at the end of my marathon, but it was mostly like music, to kind of pump you up rather than like music I would listen to. Yeah. March Madness last year, not a good time. Tuamas V, unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. I can't wait until April 17th. Then I'll finally be able to explain to all of you guys why I went to jail in Las Vegas. But until then, until my court case is no longer active, I can't say anything about it. Oh, Richmond missed the front end of the 101. Dayton has a chance. Don't they have a marathon in Montreal, Jonah? Oh, he turned it over. Dayton player turned it over. Wow. Five to 8 kilometers. Oh, you have a long way to go. But you can, honestly, there's marathon training plans out there that'll get you, that last like 5 to 6 months, that'll get you where you need to be. Between like 18 and 24 weeks. The one I did was 18 weeks. Yeah, I went to jail last April. I can't really say anything about it because my court case is still active in Clark County District Court, but all I will say is it is total bullshit, and I hope it gets dismissed. I'm surprised it hasn't been dismissed yet. Basically, they had the wrong guy, and I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they had the wrong guy, and they mistook me for somebody else. That's all I'm going to say. Wrong place, wrong time. No, I haven't heard of McGill. I spent, I was arrested at like 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning in last April on the Las Vegas Strip because I used to go to the Strip to run. Yeah, I hope it gets dismissed too, but I used to go to the Strip every morning to run. And I was just doing my typical Saturday morning run on the Strip, and something happened in front of the Paris, right under the Paris balloon. And I was the one who went to jail for it, even though I was the victim. But pretty much how it worked is that it was 4 people's word against mine, and the police didn't believe me. And so they hauled me off to Clark County Detention Center. And I probably got there at like 9 in the morning, and I was not released until about 7 p.m. the next night. So I was there for about 36 hours in a crowded, cold, dirty jail cell with like 25 other guys. Could not sleep, couldn't even really lay down. It was uncomfortable. It was miserable. I I didn't eat anything. I mean, they gave us food, but I didn't want it. I'm good at fasting. I fast all the time. So I was like, first of all, I thought I was going to get out of the jail. First of all, I was like, I'm going to get out any minute now, so there's no point in me eating anything. I'll just eat when I get out. I didn't know I'd be there for 36 hours. But the only good thing, he made that at the buzzer. What was the total in the Dayton-Richmond game? He made a half quarter at the buzzer. But anyway, the only redeeming part about being in jail was that they interviewed you before they put you in a cell. Probably because they didn't want to like put gangbangers in with other gangbangers. But I was in a cell with mostly like white collar white guys. You know, like most of the guys I was in there with were in there for DUI. Like just a bunch of like, I wasn't really in there with any like gangbangers or, you know, thugs or criminals. But it was funny how everybody in the cell was like, man, you got robbed, you got wronged. And even the guards, like you'd have to carry a piece of paper around with you that said what you're in there for. And every time a guard saw it, they'd be like, what'd you do? I'm not going to say it, but they'd be like, what'd you do? This? And I'm like, no. And they're like, what? And they're like, why are you even in here? And I said, exactly. It sucked. It was miserable. Like imagine being in like a cold, dirty, crowded cell for 36 hours, no sleep, no food, like elbow to elbow with other guys. Like you could lay on the floor, but it was so dirty that like, yeah. And every like 4 hours, someone would come in with like a broom and try to like, and go like down and up across the floor as if that cleaned the floor. It didn't. But yeah, I finally got out at 7 o'clock on a Sunday night. I went straight to In-N-Out Burger and got 6 double-doubles. Ate them all, and then I took some Tylenol PM and slept for like 16 hours. I would have slept longer, but I had to get up I had a job interview on that next day. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that, just because yeah, I mean, looking back on it, it's kind of funny, but it was not, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, going to that nasty, dirty jail cell. No, it'll all make sense when I tell the story. It's just my lawyer is like, no, stop talking about it. My lawyers are good. Like, I made a post on a random message board asking how people like would think my case is going to turn out, and my lawyers found it, and they emailed me saying, hey, delete that message board post. I was like, how'd you even find it? My lawyers are good. But I went to like a message board that had like a legal advice message board and just asked, hey, do you think my case is going to get dismissed or what? And most of the comments said probably, but they said don't be surprised if it stays in the court for like a year before it gets dismissed. I hope it's a good lawyer. I had to pay $2,500. You got to remember, when this all happened, I was still out of work and applying for jobs, and I lost out on a few jobs because it showed up on my background check. And the job I have right now, the head of security for the entire company called me and had me like explain myself. And then like for a whole week, they're like, we'll look into it. And I was worried that the job I have now, they're going to pull my offer, but they didn't, thank God. But it pretty much like every job interview I made it far in, it ended up coming up. Even though I wasn't convicted of anything, it was just an arrest. It wasn't even a conviction. So that's the main reason I got a lawyer, is because I was tired of it ruining my chances at jobs. And so the lawyer's like, oh, it'll be $1,500. And I'm like, that's not bad. And they're like, oh, wait, this is a Class G misdemeanor. That's going to be $2,500. Appreciate it, sports betting education. If I'm convicted, well, it's a misdemeanor, so I'm guessing at most a fine. It's nothing I'll be going to jail from. No, I wouldn't even wish it on Sports Grid. Like, you guys don't understand when you're in like a cold, dirty, crowded, like it was cold, first of all. Like, I was lucky that it was chilly that morning and I wore a long sleeve shirt when I was running that morning. Because pretty much everybody in the cell had their hands inside their shirt. You know, when people put their hands up their sleeves, everyone was like that. And they'd never turned off the lights, and the lights were on the ceiling. They were very bright. And pretty much the only thing you do is sit on these wooden benches that were on the walls. But, you know, we were like elbow to elbow with everybody. And you could try to lay down on the floor, and but it was so dirty. Like, there's just dirt and stuff everywhere. They had a toilet, you know, that you had no privacy with. And the water fountain was on top of the toilet. And the water pressure is so low that the water didn't even really come out. So you pretty much had to suck the water out of the water fountain that was on top of the toilet, which is already gross. But you had to put your mouth on the fountain to get water. And so I didn't even bother. So I didn't drink anything or eat anything or get any sleep. And you got to remember, I was running. When I got arrested, I had already been running for like 5 miles. So I was kind of dehydrated already. It was, and like after a while sitting on those benches, your back starts to hurt. Like, it was just total misery. And it was cold, like freezing cold. Exactly. The fact that it happened on Las Vegas Boulevard is what's going to exonerate me. Because all the video evidence will show what really happened. One of the guys in my jail cell wanted to advertise on my YouTube channel, because when you're in a jail cell for 36 hours with other guys, you get to know people, you know. It was kind of like the movie Breakfast Club in a way. Like, by the time I got out, like, we all knew each other on a first name basis. But one of the guys in the cell wanted to advertise his, I think it was like a carpet cleaning business on my YouTube channel. Pretty much everybody else in the jail cell was in there for either DUI, like marijuana-related charges. There's some domestic violence in there. Some guys were in there because of bench warrants. Oh yeah, I was a misdemeanor. It was a misdemeanor. Trust me, like, when you guys find out what happened, you guys are gonna say I got robbed too. I was total BS. But the worst part about being in jail is you don't know what the deal. You don't know what's gonna happen. Like, when I first got to the jail, I asked the prison guards, I guess. I was like, "How long am I gonna be in here for?" And they're like, "Oh, it should only be a few hours. You'll be out of here by noon." And then noon comes, and I'm still there. And at this point, I was getting mad because I was like, "What's the deal?" So I went up to another guard, and he was really cool. And he was like, "Honestly, since it's a Saturday, they don't have court today, so you're probably going to be in here overnight. And you're not going to be able to see a judge until tomorrow." But he was like, "You need to be grateful because usually they didn't have any court on the weekends. So you should be grateful that you're going to be able to see a judge on Sunday instead of being here all the way to Monday." And he told me, like, if you got arrested, for example, the Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, you'd be in there for 4 days. So he's like, it's all about context. He's like, yeah, it sucks that you're going to be here overnight and not see a judge till tomorrow, but it could be a lot worse. And so I was like, okay. And then they finally put me in a cell maybe at 3 or 4 o'clock. And then I was in there and so I was in the cell overnight. And then at about 7 in the morning on Sunday, they took me out to go see the judge. And the judge ordered me released on my own recognizance, or whatever it's called. She didn't dismiss my charges, but she just, and the DA asked for extra time. So I was like, okay, I'm out of here, right? But no, they sent me back to the cell, and I was there for like another 12 hours before they let me out. So that's the worst part about being in jail is you don't know when you're going to get out. It's like they keep telling you, oh, it'll just be, a few more hours. Like every time a guard would come in and open the door, you're like, is this the time I'm finally getting out? And the reason I knew I was getting out when I did is because whenever they took someone out of the cell, they'd have like a piece of paper with a picture of the person who's getting out on it. And he only had one piece of paper in his hand. And thankfully it was me. All the people who was in there for DUI, the DUI judge, they don't go in on weekends. So the people in there for DUI had to be in there all weekend. They didn't get to see a judge till Monday. I think it was a class G misdemeanor. But anyway, am I good at chess? No, I've tried to get good at chess, and I've just never been able to. I've tried. It's just not something I can get good at. I've even done things like take lessons and like not lessons, like pay lessons, but I've watched YouTube videos. I've like used those things you can download, like the chess apps you can download to like get better at it. I've never been able to pick up on it. But yeah, a couple of the people I was in that jail cell with, I added them on LinkedIn afterwards. And I sent him a message that Sunday night. I was like, "Hey, if you're seeing this, you finally got out." Why aren't the Kentucky fans rising to their feet? Here comes Monmouth. St. Peter's got a 7-point lead, but didn't last long. Monmouth 3, no good. Rebound St. Peter's. But foul on St. Peter's on the rebound. This St. Peter's and Monmouth game's going down to the wire, guys. My arrest had nothing to do with drugs at all. Like, absolutely nothing to do with drugs. Mike Dunleavy, he used to be an NBA player. He went to Duke. Nope, that's not what I was arrested for. You guys will never guess. Unless you have like a background check system to do a background check on me, you will never know. The only thing I hate about Popovich is his politics. I don't like his political views. My cousin has background check software, and I asked him to run a background check on me, and it still shows up. My arrest. 3-pointer from St. Peter's, good. That was a big 3. Wow, St. Peter's is 8 of 19 from 3. Jeez. And they're still only up by 4. Yeah, it doesn't show up on a Google search. I've tried to find my arrest on Google search and it doesn't show up. Because one thing I really wanted my mugshot because my mugshot was pretty badass. I'm not going to lie. 3-point play from Monmouth. But yeah, my mugshot was badass. But my mugshot, I was mad at the time. You got to remember, like, I was probably in the back of the police van for an hour and a half before they actually took me to the jail. A freezing cold police van. And then they bring you to the staging area where I sat for like another hour until they finally fingerprinted and mugshotted me. So I was mad. No, just think of things you can be arrested for on the strip at 7 in the morning. Like, what do you think most people are going to be arrested for on the strip at 7 in the morning? Probably public drunkenness, disorderly conduct, stuff like that. It wasn't anything like that. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And overzealous security guards decided to make me the scapegoat for their incompetence. That's all I'm going to say. Imagine if you were a Las Vegas Strip security guard who screwed up and realized the only way you were going to escape any kind of punishment from your screw up was by blaming somebody, an innocent passerby, for it. There you go. They were going to blame the first person who came by on what happened, and it was me. What was I wearing? I was wearing a long sleeve, like Under Armour type of shirt and running shorts and running shoes. And I had my Camelback hydration vest on. Well, the thing, Chalman, is I called some personal injury lawyers when I got out, and no one would take up my case. Not because I didn't have a case, but because they didn't want to go up against Caesars. They were Caesar security guards. They said, oh yeah, you have a case, but Caesars runs this city. And that's a big ask. I'm not going to say I was 100% innocent. But how do I put it? Everything I did was that made me not 100% innocent happened well after the fact that I started to be set up. Like, basically, once I figured out I was being set up is when I started to... How do I put it? I can't really go into much detail without saying what happened, but once I realized I was being set up, is I did some things that might be bad, but in the context of what was going on... I will say this, Stefan Angelino, what I was charged with on the whatever paperwork was vandalism. Vandalism was the charge. So you got to ask yourself, what would someone running on Saturday morning on the Las Vegas Strip with a hydration vest on, why would anyone say that's vandalism? Well, Bosco Nash, I mean, you're right about that. I did fight back after they were trying to detain me for something I didn't do, yes. They tried to detain me for something I did not do, and I was like, you guys aren't police. You guys are just security guards. And so I tried. There was 4-on-1. It was 4 of them and 1 of me. And so I tried to defend myself against them. So yes. But I viewed it as self-defense. No, when the day comes that I can tell the story. Yeah, I feel like I've said a bit too much. Jonah Mickelson is right. I've said too much. Tennessee is going to win. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say. What I was charged with was vandalism. Notice I wasn't charged with assault or anything. Yep. But the problem, Stefan Angelino, security guards in Las Vegas are contracted with Clark County Police. And so basically anything the security guards say is pretty much like, anything the security guards say is, will screw you. So a security guard in Las Vegas can go up to a random person on the street and arrest them and say that they did something wrong, and they'll get the benefit of the doubt. I tried to run away, Chaelman, but it was they had 4. It was 4 against 1. I actually did try to run, but there's too many pedestrians on the sidewalk. I could have easily outran them, but the real reason I stopped trying to run from them was because I thought I was in the right. If I thought I even had a 10% chance of going to jail, I would have kept running. But I ended up. Here's the deal. I was the one who called the police. I called the police. So I stuck around for the police to get there. And then they came and arrested me. Because the security guards are going to get the benefit of the doubt 100% of the time. Like, why would I call the police on myself, right? Do you guys want to see my gun? I'm going to go get my gun. I got this bad boy a few months ago. I haven't shot it yet, though. I have the ammo and everything, but I'm afraid to shoot it because the ammo is so expensive. It's a FN57. Pretty badass. I don't think YouTube will ban me for taking a gun out. But yep, FN57. Pretty cool, huh? It's not loaded. I haven't put any ammo in it yet. Like, I got ammo for Christmas because it's like $1 a round. It uses 5.7 by 28 ammo. And it's $1 per round, pretty much. Yep, FN57. Pretty cool, right? I've never shot it. I've had it since November, and I still have not shot it yet because the ammo's so expensive. No, it's real. FN57. Yeah, the Ruger 5.7 is cheaper, but the FN57's always been my dream gun. That's why I bought it. But the Ruger 5.7 is nice. Man, but
I was having relationship issues with my old ex. Next to no interest. The fees, it was just take.
This Monmouth St. Peter's game is going down to the wire, guys. 3-point game with 2 minutes to go. Man, never been to any. So who's been to? I was the one who voted for Travis's. So every single person voted for never been to any of them. That's crazy. Wow. No, that gun's enough for me. I just wish the ammo wasn't so expensive. All right, new poll is up. I actually agree. So someone just said in another chat I'm in, I wish conference tourneys were double elimination. Lendell Faria, how are you doing? Yeah, Eric Catherine, do you have a 22? One minute, St. Peter's by 2. No, yeah, I like shooting 22s. That's probably my favorite type of long rifle to shoot. When my mom lived on a ranch, we would use 22s to shoot the armadillos and the prairie dogs and other things that would tear up the soil. Eight seconds on the shot clock. Double team. St. Peter's drives. 3-pointer with 3 on the shot clock is good. St. Peter's is going to have a 5-point lead with 44 seconds to go. 2 timeouts from Monmouth. Drive to the basket. He dribbled it off his foot. Out of bounds on Monmouth. St. Peter's ball. Looks like Monmouth is once again going to come up short. Wow, it's 5 o'clock. Today's gone by so fast. Today's gone by so fast. I haven't updated my website in months. Can anyone hear me drumming, by the way? Or is... That's the good thing about these dynamic microphones is they don't really pick up a lot of ambient noise. Because the microphone I use on this channel when I first started was a condenser microphone, and it did pick up a lot of ambient noise. But this is like a dynamic microphone. I don't know what Shalman does in Las Vegas, but for me, I didn't work there last time I lived there. When I lived there in 2012, I worked. I worked in radio and as a valet at Planet Hollywood. Jonah Mickelson, I scraped the box scores from NCAA.org. It's kind of warm in here. I'm going to take the sweater off. By the way, who is here that watched me devour that pizza? Yeah, I scraped the box scores from NCAA.org and into CSV files, and then I imported them into R. Yeah, I knocked it. That was a big 18-inch New York style pizza. I ate it all, including the crust. And then I ate a whole pint of Bluebell and a pretty big slice of Tres Leches cake. And I still could have kept going. Sure, a lot of people want to know how I stay in shape. Because I don't do that very often. I only eat 5 times a week. 2 days a week I don't eat at all. Yesterday I didn't eat at all. And the 5 days I do eat, I only eat 1 meal a day. That's how I'm able to stay lean and still eat what I want. You get used to fasting after a while. I'm not saying it's fun, but you get used to it. St. Peter's kind of leaving the door open with missed free throws. Here's a 3 from Monmouth. Off the front rim, rebounded by St. Peter's. I think that's going to do it. Dunk. Yep, this game's over. St. Peter's is still doing the mask stuff, I see. I haven't seen a lot of masks on the benches until this game. I think Shaleman, I think he left, but I think he works at Four Queens as a engineer, maintenance engineer. All right, what game to turn on now? We got the Big 12. I'm going to turn on the Big 12. Either that or the Mountain West, but there's really not much at stake in the Mountain West game. I work for ESPN 1100. When people ask why I hate touts so much, it's because of my time at ESPN 1100. Maybe he will. Man, that was a long three Texas Tech just made. If San Diego State or Boise State wins, could either of them get a 6th seed if they win this game convincingly enough? I don't think so. I think Mountain West teams are. I think Colorado State could be a 6, but I don't think San Diego State or Boise State would be. 7, yeah. Memphis is like that Kentucky team back in 2014. Remember Kentucky in 2014? They had all those good players, but they didn't really gel until late in the year and were an 8 seed. And they ended up making it to the title game. Memphis is like that. They have the talent. They definitely have the talent. It's hard to beat Kansas in the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. Kansas is going to win convincingly. I don't know if convincingly. It depends on what you mean by convincingly. I do think they'll ultimately win by about 8 to 10, maybe 12. They're hard to beat in Kansas City. And last night they played such strong team basketball. It's hard to beat that. What's so funny is these people come into my channel and try to spam like Showtime DFS just did. Like, imagine having nothing else to do on a Saturday afternoon. I mean, what am I? Showtime DFS is like, it's Saturday afternoon. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to a YouTube channel, a small YouTube channel, and spam the chat. What goes through your mind? A 7-minute delay? I don't think it's delayed that much. Man, my face is puffed up. My face is puffed up from all that pizza I ate. Okay, yeah, I'm delayed. Just hit the live button on your YouTube stream. Yeah, TC is going to get in. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sometimes you just need to hit the live button or refresh. Yeah, mine was delayed too, but I just fixed it. Man, my face is puffed up though. But eating an 18-inch pizza will get you so much sodium that's going to happen. Sodium is what makes you bloat and puffy. And I guarantee you that pizza had a lot of it. No, the only way I would go watch TCU in March Madness is if they are in the San Antonio region and make it to the Sweet 16. That's the only way that'll happen. Welcome back, Eric Catherine. Hope you do good on your bets tonight.
It's easy to customize your insurance at libertymutual.com, so you only pay for what you need. Isn't that right, Nino? Nino? Sorry, 1 second. There he is. Only pay for what you need.
The DQ Chicken Strip Basket, now with house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, is a ranch dream come true. When you dream of juicy strips, all this and house-made ranch. So follow your ranch dreams to DQ. Happy Taste Fair. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Welcome back. Texas Tech head coach Mark Adams has a chance to bring the first Big 12 title in school history. In his first year, and that is all
Why do people keep coming in here and saying VOR.red?
meaning to him in the program. And he said, wasn't quite
Yeah, I live in Texas now.
mentally so much in front of him. But he talked
I always take the Thursday and Friday off of work. I haven't worked on I have never worked on March Madness first round ever. Dude, OJ Simpson, if you're going to spam the chat, at least make it something that's funny instead of just hammering gibberish. Yeah, I did do this last year. Seriously, if I was going to spam a chat, I would spam with funny stuff, not gibberish. I mean, you're probably wondering why I haven't muted OJ Simpson yet. It's because if I do that, it's just going to come back under another name and spam the chat. So, yeah. You can bet on sports in Biloxi. That's cool. I didn't know you could.
They do not care. They switch indiscriminately. Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to see that. That's a big play right here. Let's watch this now. The referee is, I'd love to see his feet. There we go. That hand is part of the ball by rule. So if there's any contact between the shooter's hand and the defender, that is a legal defensive play.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, Eric Catherine has a March 13th birthday. I have a March 24th birthday. Here we go. All right, once you start putting in the slurs is when I'll mute you. B Aller 02, what happened to Sports Grid? They're just the idiots from last year that tried to steal all my channel's content. So they've been harassing me for a while, nonstop text messages saying that they have legal rights to all the content on my channel and they're going to rebroadcast it and stuff like that. What was it like working at Walmart, Ahmed? I couldn't. I interviewed at Target when I was like a junior in high school, but I got hired at a movie theater instead and just worked there. But what's it like working at Walmart? All right. High scoring game in the Big 12 so far. I don't think Texas Tech can keep up this pace. So the pace favors Kansas so far. Did unloading trucks suck? I had to do that at the movie theater. So at the movie theater, every Wednesday, I think, they'd have a truck come in with, basically concessions and stuff that we'd have to unload. They'd come on pallets, so you needed a pallet jack and everything. And it was all right. I mean, I was making $6 an hour. That was in 2004. So, Ahmed, what was it like working as a cashier? Did it get boring? I just feel like working as a cashier would get boring after a while. Like, did you have to do anything else besides ring people up? How could anybody be rude to a cashier? I don't get that at all. I don't think I've ever been anywhere. I've never been rude to a cashier. Like, I don't see why we would ever want to be. Like, what's there to get rude about? Yeah, I made $6. My very first job here at Catherine, I made $5.15 an hour. Also in 2004, working in the parking lots at the Texas Rangers baseball stadium in the summer. Standing out in the heat for $5.15 an hour. I made $6 an hour at the movie theater.
Yeah, this bird here and sell some scores on the court.
I'm game.
Looks like you about to get the double birds.
Right? First name, last name. That's what I said. Like, why would you must have a pretty boring life to spend your Saturday spamming slurs in the chat of a small YouTube channel.
You know crispy, juicy, tender. You know that pouring the McDonald's crispy chicken sandwich buns into your mouth is the only way to say love the latest hashtag challenge that everyone on social media is trying. But if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, you could be left to pay for
Oh yeah, I can see coupon like prices of I can see that.
as a struggling actor. I need all the breaks that I can.
That's so dumb.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Only pay for what you need.
Back in Kansas City, T-Mobile Center, Big 12 championship notes in Kansas with a 2-point advantage. And a friend, this guy, a 6-year senior, Mitch Lightfoot, and he's played really well in this tournament. Not just the career high 15 yesterday against TCU, but he also came up with a big game against West Virginia.
He's 12 of 15 so far, not to mention his block shots, which he's now a block away from top 10 all time. And John, he's playing like he's going to be on the all-tournament team if Kansas were to win this tournament.
One other note, 162 games played. That is the most in the history of the program. I mean, that is a cool nugget to be able to say, I played more games than anybody in the history of Kansas basketball. Lightfoot not able to convert the three-point play. Kansas by a couple as we close in on the 10-minute mark.
Jalen Wilson has guarded Bryson Williams much of this half, and he's fouling him. And Texas Tech has not done a good job of getting the ball inside. He had way more success against the seniors. Look at that.
JP wants to know, what is a tout? Someone who sells sports betting picks for money. I think Kansas. I just don't think Texas Tech can keep up the pace Kansas is playing at.
That is the first time I can remember so far that Williams was able to post, catch it, and he's very difficult to guard. He's so elusive.
What's a unit? Ahmed wants to know what's a unit. Yeah, how much you bet per game, like a standard amount. So my units are usually 1% of my total bankroll. So if my bankroll's 10 grand, one unit would be $100, for example. This channel seems to attract a lot of gematria people for some reason. I always cook on the first round Thursday and Friday every year. Every year I cook something. Every year I always have big meal on the Saturday before Selection Sunday and then Thursday and Friday. Every year. Which is why I got this massive pizza and shoved it down my throat. And it's making me all bloated and everything. What's a good R squared? It really depends. There's really not. It depends on the bet. Like you're gonna have a hard time getting high R squares on totals. Spreads are gonna be different. But I would say it's not necessarily about the R squared, because a high R squared could just mean it's overfit. You want to do a train test split, but I would say it's less about the R squared and more about how it does in a back test. How many times can I bench 225? In college, I think my most was 14 on the 225 test. I've gotten as high as, 14 is my record, but I ever since I've really started like distance running, I'm not strong anymore. I used to be, I could bench 300 pounds. 3 years ago, I was able to bench 300 pounds. Not anymore, just because all the cardio I've been doing it just makes it hard to maintain that strength and muscle, which is fine. I don't care. Yeah, but I was 200 pounds at TCU. I was bigger than this. This morning I was 159 pounds, so different body back then. Bench press was always my strongest lift. I'm not a very good squatter or a deadlifter or a power cleaner. Bench was always my best lift. So I could usually bench more, but I could not squat. I could not power clean. I could not deadlift. Jonah Mickelson, yes, a lot healthier. I mean, I didn't really do any cardio until COVID. I used to like not do cardio because I believed in the whole cardio will kill your gains and all that lie. I used to believe that cardio would like make me weak and kill all the gains in the gym and everything. So I never did cardio. I would avoid cardio, but when COVID hit and I couldn't go to the gym, I needed to do something, and I started to run. And so that, and I also used to lift for strength. Lifting for strength is a lot different than lifting for size. So lifting for strength, because strength is like more about the adaptations of your nervous system than muscle size. So in order to get stronger, you do heavier weight, lower reps, and longer rest periods. But to make your muscles bigger, you to make your muscles bigger, it's lower weight, higher reps, and shorter rest periods. That will make your muscles bigger. And so I would say after COVID was over and done with, I shifted towards that style of lifting at the gym. Like higher heart rate, shorter rest periods. That'll make your muscles bigger. So, yeah, I've lost a ton of strength. I probably can't even bench 225 one time these days. But that's not what I'm aiming to do in the gym anymore. I care more about getting bigger. Like, let me show you a picture of what I looked like. I'm about to show you a picture of what I looked like back when I could bench 300 4 years ago in 2018. You guys will be shocked. Let me see if I can find it. That's probably not a good picture. Where is the... Is it in here? I have so many pictures on this computer from all my past phones. All right, here we go. You guys, I'm kind of even afraid to show this because I look so small like a cancer patient. But trust me, I was able to lift 300 pounds in this picture. Because that's all I used to do at the gym. I used to just go for pure strength instead of size. All right, here we go. I was a 300-pound, but don't I look like a cancer patient? I look like a cancer patient, don't I? But yeah, I could lift 300 pounds. But because that's all I used to do in the gym. I used to just do like high weight, low reps, long. Like I would wait like 5 minutes in between sets and only do like 3 sets of 5 or something like that. And I would get strong, but I would gain no muscle from it. In that picture, I was 152 pounds. So I started to lift more towards what they call hypertrophy, which is, gaining muscle. So I'm not as strong as I used to be. I took a picture of me this morning because I knew I was going to eat a lot today, so I wanted to make sure to do it before and after. So here's the picture I took this morning.
Absolutely, and let's go back to last year. Bill Self added a game against UTEP before the NCAA tournament, an extra COVID game. UTEP led the entire game. Bryson Williams was a handful then.
So I'm not saying I'm huge, but I'm a lot more muscular, obviously. I'm not massive. I'm not a bodybuilder, but I'm also just ran a marathon, so I'm not going to have that much muscle. But this is me this morning, before I ran this morning. So a college pick. Yes, my strength coach. The strength coaches worked with everybody, even though I was a walk-on. Let me see if I can find a picture of me in college. I'm not going to have any shirtless pics or anything in college. I was kind of fat my senior year at TCU. Let me see if I can find one. Because when I was at TCU, I cared so much about just gaining weight because I came in pretty small. I stuffed my face for 4 years to get bigger, and I was definitely on the heavier side. I don't know if I have any good body pictures though of me without my football stuff on. Yeah, it was definitely a dirty bulk. I mean, here's a picture of me at the Rose Bowl. Hang on. Oh, wait, that's not me. Hold on. I have the wrong resolution, so it's kind of hard to show pictures. Here's me on Christmas at the Rose Bowl. See, I had look at my face. Look at my face. This is on Christmas Day in Los Angeles in 2010. Like, I was pretty fat. I was a wide receiver, but don't I look pretty fat in that picture based on my face? Yeah, I already know who the trolls are. I just haven't banned them yet. I'll ban them eventually. But yeah, here's like all my some of my Rose Bowl pictures. But most of them are me in like football pads, so you can't really see how big I am. Here's one. Dang it. How do I fix this? My stupid monitor is making it hard.
There are going to be a lot of unhappy teams tomorrow night because there's so many teams that are in contention.
I'm having a hard time showing these pictures. No, I'm not in that picture. But anyway, I was 40 pounds heavier when I was at TCU than I am now. I did not play at all. I was a walk-on wide receiver. I only played when we were up by like 40 points, which is most games, but still. When I lived in Iowa, I was really fat. Let me see if I can find any of my pictures from when I lived in Iowa. Like, I had a double chin and everything. Wide receivers are faster. Running backs are fast, but they're more built to take hits. Receivers are just pure speed. Andy Dalton threw a good ball, yes. It had a lot of zip on it. I was fat in Iowa. I just opened a picture of when I lived in Iowa, but it's, like I said, it's hard to show off pictures to you guys right now because of how my monitor's set up. But I had a double chin in the picture it's embarrassing. But that's why I'm really obsessed with like health and fitness, because I used to be fat. And it took a solid year of dieting to get down. Like a solid straight year of dieting, a lot of hard work and misery and everything like that, because dieting sucks. And so you don't want to get back to a point in your life where you're having to diet again. I don't ever want to go through that again. So that's why I'm really on top of my health and fitness and everything. All right. Memphis is up 6 at half. Kansas is up 1. San Diego State up 1. Texas Southern up 3. Villanova Creighton, first media timeout. Villanova is a 4-point lead. I'm telling you, I still think the main event is Akron and Kent State. I like that Villanova bet, ZNFN. Casey Paha had a ton of talent. Definitely like naturally gifted. And if he had made better decisions, life decisions, he would have been in the NFL. That was the problem with Casey Paha. Like, amazing talent, just didn't make the right decisions, unfortunately. And ended up costing him. I mean, a lot of college athletes make bad decisions. It wasn't unique to him. A lot of my teammates at TCU made bad decisions. Yeah, running backs today are a lot different than running backs were 10, 20, 30 years ago. Running backs used to be built to be tough and withstand hit, but running backs today are a little bit different. Definitely built more for speed now. Why didn't Tank Carter succeed in the NFL? I mean, he was a great athlete. I guess he just wasn't. Probably size, I'm guessing. Who are some head coaches who think are next in line for big promotions to better programs? Wow. I'm surprised no one's got Coastal Carolina's coach yet. I figured he would be off the board eventually. That's the one that comes to mind, at least in college football. What's accuracy need to beat the money line? Well, it depends on what the money lines are. No, I don't. I usually don't kick out gematria people. I mean, you're not the first and you're not the last. I usually just kick out the spammers and the sports grid. I mean, there's sports grid trolls in the chat right now. I know who they are. I'm pretending like I don't know who they are, but I know exactly who they are. In college basketball, I think Kansas State's going to go after South Dakota State's coach. I think Bradley's coach is probably going to be picked up by somebody at some point. Who else? I would hold off on Chattanooga's coach. Chattanooga coaches haven't really done a good job after being promoted, so I'd make them do it one more year. I think some programs could do a lot worse than Furman's coach. Man, I'm going through these bottles. Man. Man, I used to be fat. I'm looking at some of my old pictures. I used to be fat. Nobody was a jerk in the locker room. I think LSU is going to go after... LSU is going to try to get a big hire. I don't think LSU is going to go after a mid-major coach. I think they're going to try to steal an established high-major coach. I could see them going after Kelvin Sampson, LSU. Nobody was a jerk in the locker room. Did we have idiots in the locker room? Yeah, but you're going to have that with every team. There's a difference between a jerk and an idiot. The only jerk in the locker room ended up getting kicked off the team. I know who the sports grid trolls are, guys. The thing is if I ban one, they'll just come back under another name. I still think Texas Tech is going to, or Kansas is going to pull ahead. The thing with Kelvin Sampson is the thing about him at LSU would be maybe they don't want to hire a coach who has a shady NCAA past. They might want to go clean with their next hire. That was a dumb turnover by Kansas. I'm seeing an 8-point game between SMU and Memphis. I'm saying I know who the sports grid trolls are. I'm not stupid. You guys are... The thing with these sports grid trolls is you guys are so repetitive. Like, you guys say the same things that you said since last year. I mean, I know exactly what you guys want to talk about. I know exactly what you guys say. Like the two sports grid trolls I had to ban last week. what was it, Anthony McFarland or something like that. And there's another one. I mean, I know you guys have so many tells. Like, if you want to last in my chat, don't be so obvious. Another thing that might hurt LSU is they might get some postseason bans. So that might make it hard to hire a good coach as well.
There were many games late in the year where we were wondering whether this guy would even get any time.
Right, Mika Himari? It's like the same exact trolls, the same exact talking points, the same exact subjects. There's one tell that's really obvious, but I'm not going to say because it makes it so... appreciate it, Jonah Mickelson. But there's one tell that is like so obvious, I'm not going to say what it is because if I do, they'll stop doing it and I won't be able to identify them as easily. But there's one tell that's like... As soon as I see it, it's like, sports grid. Right, Mika Hamari? Yeah, it's like... It's so obvious. I do have a German ancestry. Yep, my dad's side of the family is German, and my mom's side of the family is Yugoslavian. So I have Eastern European skin tone.
Here, safe driving saves more than just your cargo. Safe driving saves you 40%.
Man, SMU pulled within 2, and then Memphis extended the lead.
The safer you drive, the more you save with Allstate. Give a call for a quote today.
Joe Banner setting the screen at the top of the key. He's going to get a guard on him. And let's face it right now. He's going to keep him on his back.
I need to see the matchup, Zane FN. But I still am leaning towards Baylor.
Good job of recognizing that switch. There's the switch. There's the mismatch inside. Throw it over top.
No, it's because food spread food spread is one of the main topics the sports grid trolls hammered on last year. And not just food talk, but the word food spread. Food spread was one of the main things the sports grid trolls would spam the chat about last year. Didn't Gematria say that the Bengals were going to win the Super Bowl? I saw that somewhere. Maybe it wasn't Gematria, but it was something like that. I'm just not a believer in Arizona yet. I'm not. My issue with Davidson is that teams like that, Davidson, Belmont, they always go cold in the NCAA tournament.
Remy with 10 points. What does he give you in this matchup?
Well, he gives us energy with Juan being on the bench. We need him to come through and do. Martin with 10 points. Christian Brown with 10 as well.
Marquette, at most they'll win a game. They're not going to go past the first weekend. Yeah, I'm not a big believer. Shaka Smart he's not that great. All right, come back under a new name. Jigs up. Come back under a new name. I knew that Bosco Nash was a troll from the first and the beginning. It's just I was like, I'll just ban him and he'll come back under a new name. So I just put up with it. But one of the very first messages he sent in the chat was this word for word replica of a text message I got from one of the trolls. And I'm not stupid, guys. I'm not stupid. Like, he was talking about floppy pizza in the chat, and on my text message it says, that pizza you're eating is floppy. I'm like, but I was like, you know what? Screw it. Like I said, it's like whack-a-mole. You ban one, another one comes back somewhere else, and but they talk about the same stuff. It's always, they seem to know a lot about Sports Grid and their supposed streams of my bird feeder cam that they never link to when I ask for it. They always talk about food spreads, and there's one thing they always do that I'm not going to say because I don't think they know that I know. I would love to do that, BLR002. I just don't have my own power ratings this year. So everything would be totally speculative. Everything I've been talking about today has been speculative. From like a fan's point of view, not a bettor's point of view. Oh yeah, I don't think anybody believes in Ohio State, but usually teams that there's been a lot of examples of teams that come into the tournament like cold and have not been playing well, and then like make a run. So it's happened, but I'm not seeing Ohio State. How do these people get my number, first name, last name? Because last year during March Madness, they came to me saying they were with Barstool and wanted to pay me a few $1,000s to sponsor them for the rest of the March Madness. And so I was like, okay, let's talk about it. And they asked for my phone number in the email, and I gave it to them. And ever since then, they've had free reign to harass me. And a lot of people are like, why don't you change your number? And it's just, I probably should, but changing your number, a lot goes into changing a phone number, guys. It's not that easy. But yeah, that's how they got my numbers. They said they were with Barstool Sports that wanted to pay me a few $1,000s for a sponsorship. And at first they emailed me, and then they asked for my phone number to talk about it over the phone. And I gave them my number. It is what it is. And it was when I was talking to the guy on the phone that I realized they weren't Barstool. They were Sports Grid. And I was like, okay, you guys lied to me saying you were Barstool and you really weren't. And and like, you know, they kept saying, oh, don't worry about it. We're actually with Barstool, you know, we want to do something bigger. That's how they kept me hooked. They were like, well, at first it was Barstool, but we have much bigger plans of what they wanted to do. And I was like, okay, what is that? And they never gave me any details. They just kept saying we have big plans. They kept having new people call me, new people text me. And every time I'd ask for like something in writing, every time I'd ask for more details, every time I'd ask for names, I would never get anything. And so I realized it was just a scam. And to be honest with you, I started to mess around with them a little bit. But after a while, I was just over it all, and I cussed them out in the middle of my stream. Do I think Iowa has a shot tomorrow? I do. I do. I've thought about changing my number, and I might. You know, these people have been harassing me on my phone for a year now. It's just changing your number, man. I mean, I'd have to get in contact with a lot of people, let them know my number's changed.
Tennessee, a likely 3 seed, regardless of what happens in the SEC championship game. When we come back, we'll run through the Big Ten and a shot you need to see from an Iowa star coming up next.
My daughter has type 2 diabetes, and lately I've seen this change in her.
Yeah, you were there, BLRO too. You were there, Chalman was there, Mika Hamari was there. That was something else. But these people have been jerking me around for a week. They caused me to cancel my flight home for my sister's 30th birthday, and like I was just tired of all the being jerked around and being giving no answers, and so I let them have it. It was deserved because they said they had a bunch of investors watching my stream and stuff, and like we're showing you off to a bunch of investors and showing what you can do, blah blah blah. And I basically told the investors in Sportsra to go eat a shit sandwich. Texas A&M. I think Texas A&M's going to win tomorrow. They're like a team of destiny, like Georgetown and Oregon State was last year, just like Georgia was that one year. They're a team of destiny. Right, Mika Hamari? They kept stringing me along. They're like, oh, we have big plans for you. We're going to put you in touch with this person, and they're going to do this. And then that person reaches out to me and talks this big game. And remember they had me upload like videos saying about how like Sports Betting Truth is going big and stuff like that. Like they had me do stuff like that. And those people would disappear on you, and someone else would pop in saying, hey, I'm taking over for this guy. It was just one giant cluster. And so I started to joke around on the stream about how they were incompetent and scammers. Like I was just joking. And then they started sending me text messages saying, how dare you call us scammers on the stream? You better take that back right now. And that's when I started to scream. I was like, oh, you guys are mad? And that's when I started to yell. Hey, see ya, BLRO2. You gonna be here tomorrow for the selection show? By the way, I'm gonna go fill this bottle up real quick. All right, SMU's cut it back to 4. Everything else is at halftime right now. I'm going to turn that game on. I still think the main event is Kent State and Akron. All right, SMU's cut it to 3. Wow, there's nobody there. Empty arena. All right, SMU has a chance to go ahead. Oh, they missed the go-ahead three.
Williams is at the scores table, so now is the time for Williams with the 4 fouls. Nolly in the middle, backing him down, fade away, in and out. Davis, all the way, blocked by Dandridge. Withers recovers.
Oh, SMU almost had the and one, but it rimmed out.
Withers will shoot 2 from
Memphis is kind of falling apart here.
This is getting good. Memphis and SMU in the fight of their life on semifinal Saturday.
Can you get a couple of games on?
Not that kind of TV. Did you win? You swept people out of breakfast's half off when you ordered through the app.
Said no games.
Choose Mice. Choose Wendy's. Official breakfast of March Madness.
Who's on it? Jarkins?
$125 million from Scripps and Shaw.
We're managing type 2 diabetes.
And Harvard. We're working up a sweat before coffee. And saying no thanks to a Boston Fiber.
Jardians is a one-stain filler that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease. So we can help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardians lowers A1C.
Jardians can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, excessive wasting urinary tract infections, and 7 kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection ensues when you're immediately Jardians. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardians with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a big heart attack? You're on it.
You're on it with Jardians.
Ask your doctor about Jardians.
People assume these photo shoots are easy, just like they assume
Kent State minus 115. Good luck, Eric. I'm gonna be pulling for you there because I do want Kent State to win. I mean, if Akron wins, that's fine, but I will be pulling for Kent State.
If the peanut butter gummies could talk to the chocolate, what would it say? You complete me. Do we start a podcast? Because you're riches.
That's not wrong. When you switch your home and auto policy to farmers, you can save yourself an average of $700.
Man, everything's in halftime or commercial right now.
Welcome to Jump Cut. You get unlimited double miles on every haircut with the Capital One Venture Card. Everybody in here bald? Wrong, Sam. Everybody's sporting our new signature March Madness hairstyle, the Chuck Cut. Jennifer!
This fool messed with your hair?
Oh, I'm just getting it trimmed.
Friends, that's what I thought. How's it look? Like regret? Uh-oh.
Chuck?
was going to go back toward the bench. Then all of a sudden, the team Memphis officials came back to start taping him up, and then he went back to the training room. So no idea what's going on, but he was holding his hand, wrist area that entire time.
It looked the way he fell back. He put both his hands back, and even though he's playing enough basketballs, have that wrist frame get fractured.
Weather Unido is looking at SMU, his first win since 7-6. No Durham. Harris is on the floor.
SMU's ahead.
Here's Tyler Harris driving on Vanderbilt. 4 to shoot for Lomax. 1 to shoot for Quinones.
Shot clock violation.
Memphis turnover.
That's the best defense we've seen from SMU so far in this game. Now, part of that is due to the fact that this is a much better matchup for SMU. You're not covering some of the size. You're able to switch more often than you have all game. Let's see if Memphis can continue to do what they've been able to do on the defensive end. I wonder if they're going to keep running two out of Jacob Davis.
Weathers into Timberlake. Blocking foul.
Yes, I think he's slipping for to take the charge, not to play defense. I think
Odds Jam is a gimmick. You don't need to pay for it. You can come up with your own system to compare lines to Pinnacle. That's my main issue with Odds Jam is that you don't need to pay for it. You can do it yourself. All it's doing is comparing lines to Pinnacle. It's not anything fancy.
It's a 9-0 run for SMU.
both fan bases up, starting to really get loud here.
SMU on a weekend. He got away with another one. Quinones, tough catch. Couldn't finish. Timberlake in a foul.
That was a nice play by Memphis.
We got to figure it out. Like, there are travels on the floor that are just so obvious. It's something you can obviously fix. And how about Timberlake just coming over to make a play? Physical finish, gets it to go. I feel like every basket's going to be one. From here on out.
He has seen his minutes really drop of late, Timberlake, but he is needed tonight, and he ties the game with a 3-point play.
Well, you're a hero. And to be a hero in a situation like this, you just have to get simple, good, winning basketball plays. That's one.
Man, I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit.
Nothing SMU run. All tied up with a spot in the final on the line. Davis flanked by Timberlake. Davis. Vanderbilt like the shot clock.
Hero ball from SMU.
It's Williams. He's done.
Wow, Memphis had a player foul out with 10 minutes to go.
Foul out of the game with 10 minutes to go.
Who's checking back in?
Williams is asking for review. He can't review a common foul with 10 minutes to go.
I like Williams. I really like Williams. I don't really know where the foul was.
Right, D Such? I haven't really paid much attention to Memphis this year, but I don't know if that was a foul on Memphis.
Let's see, on the block out. Let's see where he gets him. I don't know. That's just a lot both ways.
Boy,
And I have bias for both those dudes. I like the Williams brothers, and I really like DeAndre Williams. I just don't see it.
with what we've seen in this game and what people have got delivered,
Taking 5 steps and
you guys tangle it.
my understanding is it takes a key player out of the game.
As a neutral observer, it's frustrating. It's frustrating not to see this, but
I want to see the best players on the floor.
if he gets to the face, great, it's a bit better. Good news is Durham's in the game.
I still think Memphis is going to win this game, though. I just have this feeling. So if you want to bet them live at plus money, now's the time.
I think Durham's presence alone, whether he has to contribute a lot offensively, his presence
This Memphis game's being played like 2 miles behind me. I drove by the arena when I picked up my pizza. I said Memphis is like a team like that Kentucky team back in 2014. A lot of talent. They're going to be a lot more talented than the seed they get in the NCAA tournament, but can they put it all together? Man, that three was nowhere close. And Kansas is a 5-point lead for Kansas, the biggest one yet.
Look what Harris did.
Is that their biggest lead yet? Oh, man. This is where Kansas is going to pull away. I think, anyway. This is a back and forth game. Man, my face is so puffy. Finally, someone stopped somebody. But like I said, eating an 18-inch pizza all by yourself will make your face puffy. And I ate all the crust, too. I usually don't do that. Memphis is just playing getting out coached right now. Timeout, Penny. Penny needs to call a timeout. Kent State Akron in 5 minutes, guys. Sorry if I'm not being very talkative right now. I'm just still have a long way to go on the stream, and I'm trying to rest my voice a little bit. Kind of starting to get a little raspy.
At Target, the things that matter are always within reach. What we value most shouldn't cost more.
It's still the Eat Fresh refresh, and Subway's refreshing their Italians. So we're taking this to Italy. The Subway now has Italian-style capicola.
Love the smell of Italian food.
Subway keep refreshing and refreshing.
You are an electric vehicle. Electricity powers your heart. Want to feel your heart beat faster? Drive an electric car. Made by a company whose EVs have gone 5 million miles. For every highway, every driveway, every speedway. And where the loudest sound is the beat of your electric heart.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have a voice for tomorrow, and I'm gonna have like, at least last year, I want to say I had like 500 people watching it once during the selection show. I want to make sure I have a voice for that. It's the most most views I've ever had on a live stream before. I don't know if it's going to be the same this year where I have a ton of people watching, but I did last year. It's crazy.
Sean and Zubin in the studio over on ESPN. Titan Big 12 championship game. Abaji.
Yeah, Ochai Agbaji, he's not had a lot of clean looks. He's got 37 shooting, 9 points. How about this one? He's 1 point off the turnover combined between the two teams.
How about this? Lowest scoring game of the half Big East championship.
Lowest scoring game since this date back in 2013, according to my
Wow, 19 to 18 at half.
We'll see if Adam Schefter can confirm. Back to you.
Tiggerman turns her on it, guys. Here's Joe Lunardi's latest bracket top. Virginia Tech and ACC championship tonight. SMU, second to last team in the field right now. Up 4 on Memphis, 7:09 to go. Joe says if they win, they're in, which means if you are out in Laramie, Wyoming, or in Cincinnati, or at College Station, or Norman, or Winston-Salem, you are pulling with all your might for the Memphis Tigers. Try to knock SMU easily out of the field.
You want to eliminate both teams, which is just a weird way to do it, right? Just to root for others' demise. Just the reality of where we're at this point of the season.
There's a foul away from the ball. Marcus Withers. And this is our under 8 timeout. SMU still up 4.
New spicy lettuce pizza from Pizza Hut. Heard it's so good. With this spicy marinara sauce and sliced red chilies, it's like a roundhouse kick to the taste buds. Now don't be bashful with the fiery flavors.
Oh yeah, Mika Hamari, no doubt about it. They're gonna keep coming back. They're gonna keep coming back. Notorious Swaggy is back. Welcome back, dude. I'm thinking about getting some of my cough drops out.
This fool messed with your hair?
Oh, I'm just getting attention.
Friends? That's what I thought. How's it look? Like regret? Uh-oh.
Chuck?
My bad.
Chuck!
Had a day gone by.
Subway now has Italian-style capicolas on the new supreme meats and matzo meats, just like my nonna makes when she cooks.
I don't cook.
Wait, what?
It's a good thing he's so handsome.
Subway keep refreshing and
Oh man.
Thank you for taking care of Lorenzo.
No, there's no way this MAC tournament's gonna start on time, or we're not gonna be able to see it. I'm gonna go get my cough drops. I'll be right back. Ugh. Dude, these people won't leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. I'm not going to answer it. I'm not answering it. I'm just going to block the number. Let's see if these cough drops help. Yeah, I would be very surprised if we're not an 8 or 9 seed tomorrow. Man, this cough drop tastes disgusting. Learning SQL is a very good idea. So keep doing that, Notorious Swaggy. I still think Data Camp is worth $150 a year subscription. It really is. Trust me. Like, yeah, $150 for a year might seem like a lot of money, but if you really get into the Data Camp courses and apply yourself, you can turn that into a job. I'm serious. Oh, yeah, they're going to keep creating more accounts. That's why banning them is kind of pointless, because they're just going to come back with another name and think that they're being sneaky, think that I'm not going to notice, and then they'll do their typical stuff that makes it obvious who they are, like say things like food spread or Sports Grid is only bringing you more viewers, so you should want them to steal your videos and stupid stuff like that that gives them away. I mean, when I worked in TV and had employees under me that needed to learn like data science, analytics, and all that, I would send them to Data Camp. I would have them sign up for Data Camp and take the classes. But I would say the Python data science track in Data Camp is good. And the R one is too. Become an R data scientist. That's a good one too, but I think Python is more applicable today. Learn Python first. It's a lot easier to go from Python to R than R to Python. Man, this Memphis game. Oof. Wow, Memphis is now on a run. If you're going to talk about this other channel that's using my streams from last year, link to it or be banned. That is the rule.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by the Air Force Reserve. Start your adventure with the Air Force Reserve.
Get the truck that's built to serve right from your living room with Ram eShop. Search, find, and buy your perfect truck online and get delivered from the comfort of your own home.
Kendrick Davis played for TCU his freshman year.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Big Boy.
All right, Texas Tech is ahead. I'm surprised. I really thought that Kansas was going to pull away.
Let's make a toast to doing more this spring. Actually, let's make two. Introducing creamy hummus and savory avocado toast. Topped with oven roasted tomatoes, vine ripened and perfectly seasoned. Now you have two more delicious reasons to do your thing this spring.
There is an and one for Kansas. Or not. Thought that was a foul.
What if we could go further, jump higher, run the whole thing?
Yeah, we beat them at home last week. We played them pretty close in Kansas, but lost by 2 or 3. They beat us pretty easily last night, though.
Sarah, you said you were buying a car today.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah, I stayed up and crunched all the numbers.
I'm starting to feel like these sports grid trolls are not even American. I really am. They talk in broken English.
Sounds easy. Well, since we're both up, who wants French toast? What's in your wallet?
All right, Hamara Show. Last call. Please tell me where I can find this stream you're talking about. Yeah. We had like a mass transfer exodus after we played a tournament in Hawaii back in 2018. We had like half the team transfer out after that. I don't know what happened in Hawaii. Apparently the rumor was there was like a big fight. But the program hit the skids. And at least for now, that cough drop helped.
For the loser, an unsettling 24 hours. We think Memphis is in the NCAA tournament field. SMU, it could go either way. Who could make the plays down the stretch?
Man, brick free throw from Memphis. That's big. All right, 2-possession game. Three-point. Oh, SMU had an open three-pointer and the ball slipped out of his hands, but then Memphis fouls. All right, Hamara show. You are getting the ban hammer. I don't like banning people in this chat. I don't. But don't come in here and crap it and bring your sports grid crap in here. Can SMU get any stops? That's the question. Who does Jadeon Lede play for these days anyway? I mean, he was all right for us. He's not playing for anyone this year. Apparently he's at San Diego State, but not playing. Yeah, Kent State was definitely the better team, Eric Catherine. -5 might have been a bit too much, but definitely the better team. Yeah, he's at San Diego State, but not playing. Yeah, he's sitting out. I think SMU is falling apart, but missed free throws can help them. Oh, he missed them both. Tie ball. A foul? I don't know about that one. Emily Bates, is that the guy for Memphis? Man, missed free throws in this game. I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't seen him in this game. Oh man, Memphis is missing some point blank looks. Open three for SMU, short. Rebound by Memphis. Wow. What do you do for your SMU here? So they're going to play defense, it looks like. That's the thing. If you're going to foul, I would have fouled sooner than that. Yeah, I'm going to turn that game on after this game's over. Yeah, Larry Brown is an assistant, and so is I forgot who else. He used to. I remember when he was coaching at SMU. He made that program so dirty. I think SMU's done, guys, and I think they're done. I don't think they're gonna get into the tournament if they lose this. Matt Bradley. I think San Diego State will be a 7 seed if they win this. Yeah, SMU's done, guys. They're donezo. Dunzo. I think they're going to the NIT done. Bosco Nash, the minute you bring any of your sports grid crap in here, I'm banning you again. But I'm only doing the selection show tomorrow. That's it. I got things to do. I think so, D Such. I really do think so. What a block by San Diego State. Wow. Who the heck are you, some dumb kid? Who are you? I am not Notorious Swaggy. Is it really? Not a lot of people with that last name in the world. Are you from the U.S.? Yep, I'm German descent too. Fine, I'll answer the UTEP basketball question. UTEP basketball, Joe, the guy from Abilene Christian's their coach. I know that. Joe, I forgot his last name. I thought he could have got a bigger job than UTEP, but we'll see what he does. It's not the job it used to be. A lot of good coaches have flamed out there. I'm not right next to El Paso. It's like an 8-hour drive from here. They haven't really been a good program since Billy Gillespie was there. And Doc Sadler wrote his coattails, but then Tim Floyd, Rodney Terry, none of those guys have been able to really do anything at UTEP. I mean, we'll see what Joe Golding can do, but it's a tough job. I know he's back, and I told him if he brings his stupid sports grid garbage in here, he's getting banned again. Some dumb kid. Not a lot of people with their last name, but do you pronounce it Lease or Lice, some dumb kid?
You get unlimited double miles on every haircut with your Capital One Venture card. Everybody in here bald? Everybody's sporting our new signature March Madness hairstyle, the Chuck cut.
Yeah, that's how we pronounce it too. But a lot of people pronounce it lice. I would say a majority of people pronounce it that way whenever they don't know how to pronounce my last name. Ohio, yeah. There is another William Lease that shows up if you Google the name, who's like a professor or something.
If the midday break is like your halftime, coffee is the perfect speech from a coach who knows you better than you know yourself. Also, the speech tastes amazing. Cup of coffee.
Man, these guys won't leave me alone. But my phone at least picks it up as a spam risk now. I'm not going to answer it. Yeah, that's what my parents told me, some dumb kid, that when my ancestors that came over from Germany, it was pronounced lice and it was spelled that way, but they changed it to make it more American. Yeah. We might have the same, I don't know, we might have a common ancestor. But yes, I've been told the same thing. Like it was pronounced lice and they changed it to like make it more American or something, like kind of like how Donald Trump got rid of the changed his name to Trump from Drump. All right, now Kansas is starting to pull away a little bit. We'll see if Texas Tech has one more run in them. Looks like Texas Southern's on their way to a SWAC title. I mean, some dumb kid, all of my ancestors, or my grandparents, they're both dead on the Lee side of the family. Lived in New York City in the 20s. And their parents came over from Germany. But my grandfather did not really know his dad, so he had an absent father, which was pretty rare back in the day. But so my great grandfather, Lease, nobody in my family really knew who he was. So unfortunately, I don't know if I'd be able to give you much detail there. We'll see if Texas Tech has one more run in them. They just forced a missed three.
If they put that in the category, they will not shoot free throws and they'll just go to the point of interruption and they'll give the ball to that team. Let's hear what Dave Ball's looking at Dan at this time.
Oh, offensive foul on Texas Tech. That was a pretty blatant one, too. Why did SMU just call timeout? This game's over. They're not going to come up with 7 points in the last 10 seconds.
Frustration. The next game, Memphis goes to Tulsa. They're down big at the half. They come back in a second. Tyler Harris is awesome. And they've only lost one since then, and that was the game at FAMU. I also want to jump just
Yeah, I don't really have any Ohio ancestry on that side of the family.
But I think that's not giving them enough credit. I've said that. Look, I've been tough on this team because I expected so much of them this year. You can't say it's just about them getting healthy. They've come together. They've gotten
Yeah, mine came over in the early 1900s. So there's me and my cousin. We're the only two leases left. I mean, my dad and my uncle, but like as far as future generations are concerned, it's just me and my cousin are the last two that can carry on the bloodline.
It will be Houston, Memphis 3 in the American Championship game tomorrow. And it will be a long, arduous 23 or so hours. Nice bet, resting guys. Rest up. Are the Mustangs in? We're going to have to wait a long time to find out. Houston and Memphis, 3:15 Eastern, 2 Central tomorrow in the American Championship game. Now we'll send you to Cleveland. Robert Lee and Mark Wise have the MAC championship. We welcome those of you who've been watching the American semifinals between Memphis and SMU on ESPN2. We're in Cleveland, Ohio.
Kent State 13-9. Yeah, I saw that the Rangers traded Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. There's really just no room for him, and I think getting Mitch Garver was a big deal because the Rangers didn't really have a reliable catching option, and Mitch Garver is going to bring some much-needed offense to the Rangers lineup at the catcher position. It's been a black hole ever since. It's been a black hole for a while. The catcher position for the Rangers. Just joining the stream. Have you been placing wagers at all? I haven't. I've been giving advice. I've been talking about betting Eagles, but I haven't placed any bets myself. I have no legal way to place bets here in Texas. Yeah, we got Corey Seager, Marcus Siemens. So I think the lineup's going to be better this year, but it still all comes down to pitching. And Rangers pitching is oof. The Rangers tried to get Kershaw, but he went back to the Dodgers. I think Kershaw wants to come back to Texas, but his wife, I think, is keeping him in L.A. Maybe he'll pitch for the Rangers next year. But yeah, the Rangers rotation is the big question mark. It's not. The thing is, the Oklahoma casinos pay off Texas legislatures to keep gambling illegal here. That's how it works.
One side to the other and back, and Akron is usually really good at that. Three from the corner. Well long and rebounded by Triple. We're at Crockett Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland, Ohio. Home of the Cavaliers. Robert Lee Hopkins and our entire crew with you on a Saturday night. Back to the beach. Kent State swept Akron this year. Won both meetings by 12 at Kent State, by 2 at Akron. Kent State switching all streams. Hard quick fire three. Michael Dawson the rebound. Dribble as he steps into the shooting threat. Michael Dawson has been hot. Keeps it going. Michael Dawson his first three of the game.
36% from deep, and against Toledo last night, made 3 bombs in that game.
What was the reason for MLB not potentially happening this season? Just a disagreement between the MLB players union and owners. Just a typical work-related stoppage.
Usually when you get good things happen, that's exactly what Dribble did there. Just enough dribble penetration. And I always talk about, if you're going to get off a shooter, it's like the base runner getting off first base. You got to figure out how far can I get off and
Yeah, Louisiana casinos also pay off the Texas legislatures. It's been going like that for decades. Shreveport used to be the big place that Texans would go to gamble. That and Lake Charles, but once Indian casinos started popping up in Oklahoma, that really kind of destroyed the... It didn't destroy the Louisiana casino business, but it hurt it a lot. But still, the Indian casinos up in Oklahoma pay Texas legislatures a lot of money to keep gambling illegal here.
you've been a part of championship basketball in your coaching career. Is it only natural for these players to be super champions so much on the line? Oh, absolutely.
and everybody knows where every pass is supposed to go.
Another turnover for Kent State. Their 7th. Estimating as Akron, a very slow tempo team, won't have a lot of possessions in this game. Dawson
Yeah, appreciate it, Notorious Swaggy. Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by. That's kind of the point of these streams. I don't expect you guys to sit here all day and chat with me. It's just stop on by when you feel like it for some few minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yeah, O'Banner was with Oral Roberts last year.
Justin Hamilton. Santiago steps to the side. Shoots
Oh, 4-point play.
before the shot. There was a during the shot. There was a foul.
Yeah, I think Texas Tech is done. What did Sports Grid do? They just steal my content. They claim that they have the rights to my content and steal it.
Bodies got tangled up inside. Santiago with the ball fake and the step back through.
So I put this anti-Sports Grid stuff on the stream just in case they are doing that they're broadcasting content that says they suck.
Was the shot up already?
Right side of your screen underneath. Blocking out. There's the push by Castaneda. The official ball's in the air. They're going to count this. This is going to count.
Because I lived in places where I could bet for a couple years when I had this channel at first. And I also used to have an offshore sports. I used to be a Five Dimes customer when they were still legal here in the U.S.
So it is going to be an offensive foul against Kent State. The question is, was the shot off in time?
If Castaneda makes the contact on the right side of your screen, and then Davis kind of throws him down, if you will.
They count the basket.
Man, Texas Tech missed both free throws.
Santiago.
My ear itches.
That is the second foul on Cameron Davis.
Yeah, that's the best way to learn R, Mika Hamari, is to do a project you're passionate about. That's how I learned how to do it. I forced myself to learn R and Python by building sports betting models in them. That's how I learned. I have a 43-inch monitor, know something. Yeah, K Bono 100, you're right. They keep saying they have my content on their channel, yet you can't find it. And every time I ask for a link, they don't provide it. They tried to create a separate channel that I copyright striked, but yeah, they are a tout channel. That's one of the main reasons I didn't want to have anything to do with them, is because they have a bunch of touts on there. They feature a bunch of touts. Yeah, this Mountain West game is coming down to the wire now. Oh, offensive foul.
Help Special Olympic athletes shine. Grab a jersey might sell on March 30th, and all seats will be donated to the Special Olympics USA Games.
Tennis. I don't know who Ostapenko or Rogers are. Tennis is something I wish I liked more than I do.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. That's why I pay for Spreeto.
So can I get your Reza?
Yeah, get a phone here.
Just chicken. Just give me both.
Big Daddy.
Wait, there's too much hot sauce. Battery sensitive palate.
I actually honey chips.
How about guacamole?
Not really, no. What we talking about anyway? Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
I get it. Commitment can be scary, but not when you're saving up to 15% with subscribe and save at Amazon. You get free repeat delivery on your favorite items.
JP, who are you?
You can always cancel.
I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to say.
No one would judge you if you call them. Okay.
Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
What are we gonna do now? You can raise your credit scores instantly with Experian.
And they have proof for a great credit card, too.
I'm kind of lost. Well, the Big Sky final isn't even on a channel.
donated to the Special Olympics USA Games.
Usually the Big Sky finals on ESPNU. Oh, it's on ESPNU. Man, Boise State just hit a big shot. Ooh, nice shot by San Diego State there. Nicely done. Oh, San Diego State can't rebound. Or they can. Barely kept it alive. He's got to shoot it. Oh, couldn't get the bounce. Couldn't get the bounce.
Your doctor gives you a prescription.
Let's get you on some antibiotics right away.
Couldn't get the bounce.
Could bring it right to your door with 1 to 2 day delivery from your local CVS. Or same day if you need it sooner. But aren't you glad you could also just swing by and pick it up and get your questions answered? Because peace of mind is something you just can't get in a cardboard box. That's how healthier happens together with CVS.
What do you do here if you're a Boise State? Yeah, Creighton. I'm going to turn that game on after this Mountain West game's over. Yeah, Creighton had a good team in 2020. That's an offensive foul. Yep, offensive foul. So San Diego State has 28.9 seconds here.
All this heat around Jimmy Johnson's sandwich. Also, he needed to take some time to relax. Get his mind off the zesty oranges. Clever. Trying to forget about the pickled red onions, the aioli, roasted tomatoes, and beans.
I heard him shaking. Did you say turkey and bacon? Jimmy?
How you doing? Hey, T, your shoes.
Because you are from Sports Grid, Bosco Nash. I'm not stupid. Avo Teresian, I don't have a model this year.
Great. Can you imagine what you do if the game just cut out in the middle of the action?
I can. We would immediately start tearing out our hair and screaming at the top of our lungs.
A real animalistic primal scream that devolves into full-on sobbing.
Oh, that sounds specific, like it's happened before.
About an hour ago.
That's why we switched to you. It's not time. AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure. America's most reliable 5G network.
I'm not apologizing for anything.
And this is a big play. You have to have your position established before the offensive player leaves the floor. And it appeared from that replay that Butler did not get it. Shaver is very upset about it, but from a strategic standpoint here, if you're San Diego State, you may end up taking the last shot of the game, but that's not your plan. You got to go down and get a shot and as early as possible, so you have an opportunity to foul in case you miss.
Yeah, I apologize for not having a model. I don't care if you leave. You've hit on all the Sports Grid memes and things that the Sports Grid guys talk about. I mean, I'm not dumb. Oh, he was just short. He got the rebound. Oh, Boise State wins. That was a crazy finish. That was a crazy finish. They had some good looks. They had some good looks. All right, Big East. Four-point play for Villanova. Jeez. 4-point play. He missed the free throw. 4 minutes.
Fisher investments were clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sell individual client fees.
No. We structure our fees so each investor performs better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers.
Commercial. All right, Big Sky. How's the Big Sky going? We got 17-10 Montana State. 12-21. It looks like Northern Colorado's at the free throw line. Number 5? Number 5. 2 shots. First free throw is good. Connect. How do you pronounce his last name? Connect or Necht? Second free throw is also good. 5-point game. Montana State dribbles the ball up court. Xavier Bishop is calling the plays. No penetration so far for Montana State. The contested 3 is up and good by number 3 from Montana State. And they've extended the lead to 20-12. Correct that. That was number 2 from Montana State.
That's why Booster Mobile finds ways to help you keep more of it. So spend on what you really want. Get 3 unlimited data lines for $30 a month each and a free Samsung Galaxy A32 5G when you switch to Boost.
10-point lead for Montana State. We'll see if Northern Colorado calls a timeout here. They are not. I guess they're waiting for the under 12 timeout. I like this guy from Montana State. His name is Great. That's a travel. They did not call a travel. Wow, 44 people voted on that poll. Three-pointer from Villanova off. Rebound Creighton, 3:33 to go. Creighton bringing the ball up court. Taking their time. Passes it off to number 23. Still has not gotten the ball inside the three-point line yet. 13 on the shot clock. Still have not gotten the ball anywhere past the three-point line. Now they pass it into the post to number 11. Number 11 turns around, a little too strong. Rebound Villanova. Here comes number 2 for Villanova. Passes to number 5, back to 2. Thought about the 3, takes it, pulls up, good. Villanova has a 2-point lead. Whoever number 2 is that Gillespie? That three-pointer from Creighton was down. Villanova. They always seem to find a way to win at the end, no matter how vulnerable they look before.
Serbian fans who became Nuggets fans, Heat fans who want to get rid of all the Rock fans, Wolfstrom fans, Top Shot fans, all the nothing fans. Are you taking a photo with us? Is that okay? For that once in a lifetime shot, and fans seeing up close for the first time. There are so many ways to love the NBA, and the Pistol Six is built for all of them.
Let's reset it for you folks. 158 to play in regulation. 50 to 45. The Big East Player of the Year starting to take over.
He is an anti running, get to his left. Nice little rhythm dribble. About 7 foot, doesn't matter. I just need to create enough space to get it up and in. And then you come back again. Colin able to square it up and going. I talked about the defense for Creighton. Gonna sag back.
Man, Akron's starting to pull out a lead against Kent State.
On the closeout, on the contest, Nova, 11-2 run, 8 points from Gillespie in that run.
15 points for Colin Gillespie in this game. No points in the first. He's battled a tender ankle this year. He blew out his knee last year. Jimmy, this is a bad, bad
3-pointer from Creighton. Short, but they got the rebound. 11's going to the free throw line. How far behind is the stream? Jeez. What happened with Sports Grid? Everyone keeps. I guess the reason people keep asking me that is because of my Sports Grid suck thing. They steal my content without permission, and they claim they have rights to it. Like they claim they have a notarized document stating they have rights to my content. Creighton's missing some open threes. Man, Gillespie just got rejected. Wide open three for Creighton. Nope, they're missing some open threes. Oh, he threw it out of bounds. Doors open for Creighton. Doors open. Got it, D1 keys. It's as long as you can control what you're doing, then it's no different than any other entertainment expense. But most people can't control it. $11-point lead for Montana State. I thought they were going to be in trouble in this game, but so far so good for them. Do you foul here if you're Creighton? I don't think you do. Ah, that was a nice shot by number 5. Got to give a credit for it to him. That's gonna be ball game. Yeah, ball game. All right. What am I turning on? Akron Kent State's at halftime. That's pretty much. There's nothing to turn on. I mean, Virginia Tech and Duke should be starting soon. I guess it'll be Northern Colorado, Montana State. And then I'll put. How are you doing on the machine? I get a lot of people from overseas here. I guess they like to bet on the sports that happen here. I'm guessing that's what's going on.
Gillette introduces the all-new Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar, a razor designed to give you a quick and easy shave. It combines shaving and gentle exfoliation into one efficient stroke. The bar and the handle removes unseen dirt and debris that gets in the way of the blades, giving you a shave as quick and easy as washing your face, so you can look like you put in effort, effortlessly. Gillette, best a man can get.
I am going to take a quick break real quick.
NBA Sunday Showcase doubleheader on NBC starts in Brooklyn with KD and the Nets hosting the Knicks at 1 Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Then Luka and the Mavs play the second game of their 5-game road trip against Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and the Red Hot Celtics. And in our NBA Sunday night matchup on ESPN, LeBron and the Lakers are in Phoenix to take on Devin Booker and the Western Conference leading Suns. Coverage begins at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Tony, last night Montana State had 16 turnovers in that street fight they had with Weber State Wildcats. We are 13 minutes into this game. They have yet to make a turnover.
Cookshausen short on that three. And so far in the game, Northern Colorado shooting just 6 of 19.
Well, that wasn't a great shot by Cookshausen, but he can take a shot that maybe doesn't look like a great shot and make it go in. He has a lightning
I used to live in Las Vegas. I moved in last August. I'm trying to make a decision, guys. I know I said I'd go all night, but I am losing my voice. So I'm trying to figure out how much longer to go. I just want to have a voice for tomorrow. Tomorrow's my big stream day. I just wanted to, to be honest with you, I moved back home to Texas just to be closer to my family. I'm starting to get a little bit of an earache as well. It's kind of driving. If you haven't noticed, I've been messing with my ear for a while. I'm just, as much as I want to go all night, I just don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Man, the Stars have already given up 4 goals in the first quarter or first period. Woof. It's not good. So the Stars got up 2-0, but they've allowed 4 straight goals. No, you could keep asking the questions. I'm not going to leave right now. I just don't know if I'm going to go all night. Yeah, I was up late last night watching the basketball games, and I got up early this morning to run and all that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night. Anybody have anything else? I'm gonna go to 7:45. So if you have anything else, I'm open to hear it. So I'll go for a few more minutes. Montana State's starting to open it up, but yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at 5:45 Eastern, 4:45 my time for the selection show. I'm excited. Hopefully, I get as many viewers on that as I did last year. We'll see. Maybe I won't get any. No, I'm just gonna lay on the couch and keep watching basketball. It's like everything's starting to fall apart. My voice is starting to get really raspy. My ear is driving me nuts. My knee is kind of bothering me from running earlier. So yeah, if nobody has anything, I'm gonna stop it now. So I appreciate everyone for tuning in for the 7 hours I did do this tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, 4:45 my time, 5:45 Eastern. I will see everybody except for the Sports Grid idiots. Also, thanks for those of you who did super chat.